Okay, we are now live. Live from New York. Wait, wrong show.
Live from New York City.
None of us is in New York as far as I know.
No.
Maritime is as close to New York as any of us here. Maritime's actually closer to New York than any of us here.
Yeah, I'm certainly not.
Thank you.
I'm potentially the farthest from New York.
I think I might be. No. Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm the furthest, actually. I'm not close, but
you're way south. You're as far south from New York as you could possibly be while still being in the United States.
Yeah.
You see, I am both as...
It's almost a 10-hour drive.
Only people in California really would be farther than me. Since I'm in Arizona, I'm like on the full opposite.
Yeah, and Elle's no longer here, so... she's here but in the background, but in the party, she's no longer in...
They are here in spirit.
She always will be.
Well, of course she is. I'm a necromancer. Gotta keep people around somehow.
You didn't say that.
Don't worry. You'll be here in spirit one day too, Seth.
I'm going to pretend he didn't say that.
Yeah, but no. Without him, there's no game.
Well, why do you think we need him here as a spirit?
So, how little story points would you like to start with today, Binary?
Hey, I'm just saying. A lot of most times when you're handing out story points, it's because you're amused with the situation, and you sound pretty amused right now. So I'd make an argument for starting with extra.
How about -1?
You're
start with -1.
No. I think the minimum I should start with would be 3.
Keep dreaming. You're not going to do. That's not going to happen unless you have mythic powers of some kind. Hey,
working
thanks
on
for
it.
The follow, Kelly.
See, Kelly wants to see you be here in spirit.
I have the wackiest party of all time.
No, this is pretty par for the course.
No, this is wackier than any party I've ever seen on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere else. I'd love to see Jason Bulman try to deal with you lot. Crazy. I seem to attract crazy people.
At some point, you've got to accept that you're the problem.
No.
I don't know. Maritime, is that your assessment after all the years you've known me and seen me run a guild and everything that was filled with wacky, crazy people?
I think that's backwards.
So I'm the problem.
You seem to just attract crazy.
Look. Seth.
Yeah, we're looking.
Yeah, looking where?
Into
the void.
Remember,
Zolgoth went insane looking into the void.
Seth, what you need to understand is just because you are not something yourself does not mean you can't be part of the problem. For example, a bug zapper, the types that light up, you get too big of one, they're going to start attracting bugs from neighboring houses and extremely far away, depending on how far that light can be seen from. Meaning that despite your goal being to kill the bugs, you have now brought a problem upon those you would swear to protect because you bring the bugs to them.
This has turned into a really bizarre analogy.
No, let him cook. Let him cook.
The point is, just because you may not consider yourself crazy, truthful or not that may be, does not mean you are not the problem if you are the magnet to the crazies.
I understood that.
You mean like this cat? Who apparently, when I said that she was climbing the walls as a small kitten when she was like only like a few months old, actually took that literally and started actually climbing the walls. I'm not kidding. She climbs up the door frames. She has gotten pretty far up the door frames.
Yeah, at least it gives her distracted.
Karii never did that. Karii was way calmer. Thank you, Karii. Thank you very, very, very much. I know you did this on purpose. Anyways, it is 4:15. At least here it is.
Yeah.
8:15 for maritime. I wrote a lot of stuff.
Why would you do that?
Some of it was actually planned for months ahead of time.
Here we go. We're going to have another side adventure before we can complete the tournament.
Dude, by the time we get to...
Well...
Because apparently we have to, like, move the story forward to get to, like, Evergreen, to the college or whatever. Evergreen College, I think. No, wait.
Almana Academy. Almana Academy.
Almana. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I just prefer Evergreen.
Very different country.
Yeah, no, I just prefer Evergreen because, you know, that's where one of my people lives at.
Well, he lives, and he came from Everglade.
Yeah, Everglade, yeah. When I say live, I just assumed he was he lived there at the dorms.
What a wild thing to have your people live elsewhere. That still just has their people live inside them.
Speaking of which, I wrote something on that.
That sounds really weird out of context.
Yeah, but I'm not providing context to the viewers. They can figure it out. Or not.
Yeah, and start reporting us to Twitch and YouTube.
Oh no.
If innuendo's got anyone banned, there'd be a lot more Twitch streams that are banned. We'll be fine.
True.
Yeah,
True.
yeah, you're probably
Yeah.
right. There will be very, very few Twitch streams. I think I'm going to go fill my water. And then I think we can get started. Unless people have more crazy they want to add to this party.
Always.
Okay, the GM is back. We have our goblin, we have our shrine maiden, we have a Sasquatch, and we have a robot and a demonic cyborg.
Go Power Rangers.
Please don't copyright strike us.
That requires us to make money.
Does it? I think I've seen even.
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've seen like even small time streamers who aren't even making a dime get copyright strike just because.
Well, it requires a lot more than that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Hasbro, I think, has been a little aggressive with their copyrights lately. Nintendo is extremely aggressive.
Yeah, they are.
Apparently not aggressive enough, seeing as when I went to cons, there were a lot of Pokemon art.
I mean, some could argue that they should be more aggressive on Pal World.
Oh yeah, poor Pal
Oh,
World,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
there are a lot of creatures there that are literal fusions of Pokemon.
Apparently they removed like the ball feature. Like you can't throw the balls
That's
anymore.
because Game Freak
I
went
think.
after them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
They
they're
said it
not
was
going
too
after
much
them
like
for
Pokemon.
the fusions. They're not going after them for the literal fusions.
There's no leg to stand on for the fusions.
Yeah.
There was barely a leg to stand on for the balls. It was just a case where, like, the legal fees weren't worth it. But if they start going after the fusions itself, and now Power World has to, like, remake entire models, that
Yeah.
takes a lot more work than remaking the model of a ball.
Yeah.
Especially when it's very clear that they made a lot of it in the first place using AI.
I thought that was a myth. Like at first,
No, they
used it.
actually admitted that they
Uh,
used AI.
uh,
Because I saw a lot of videos saying debunking that. Like, oh, the guy is like in favor of AI, but like that's it. That's all he said. There wasn't any
No,
proof
they
to
literally
say.
admitted that they used AI for pretty much the whole thing, and they said that they see game development going the way of using AI for everything.
mm,
Which we can get into a whole discussion on that, and but I don't really want to get into that right
oh
now because we
yeah,
only have
Yeah, let's not.
oh yeah.
we only have 7 minutes to go until 4:30, and that could take us several hours alone. So, shall we get started?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess.
You don't sound too excited.
I'm just messing. I'm ready. I'm good to go.
Maritime ready?
I think so.
Yeah,
Binary ready?
Binary is always ready.
Ducky ready?
Ready? Yeah.
Ready as we'll ever be. We are missing Twilight today. Some family thing, which is probably going to happen a lot over the coming weeks as we go into summer. So, let's just see here. I want to press this button. It says record. And aloha, welcome back to Mystimon Saga. This is Mystimon Saga Hidden Archives, a Pathfinder 2nd Edition actual play. I'm your host and game master, GM Seth. I also go by Seth R. Mitchell, and I am the writer and creator of this vast and crazy world. Today, I am once again joined by...
Greetings, I am Binary. I play Bastille, the automaton necromancer, and Coldra, the Gola Guardian.
Hello, I am Shadow, and I play Rat the Gobloran Rogue, and I also play Aetos, the Galvarin Runesmith.
Hello, I'm Ducky. I play Willow, the Midnight Whistler Wakan Summoner. Well, Mystimon Summoner.
And I'm Maritime Kitty. I play an alpaca animus named Makoto.
And when we last left our investigators, Rasha Mardeen came in very enthusiastically, as they ever do, alongside a very grumpy and annoyed Aranel. And Rasha said, "We're going to commit a little burglary." and I wanted to know if you wanted to come along. It's going to be immense fun, and we'll all have drinks after. And Aranel was like, "Can we have drinks now?" So Rasha wanted to break into Vincalmo Stormire's campaign office because they had a sneaking suspicion that Stormire was up to no good. Just a gut feeling. But they really caught your attention when they said that they had seen him meeting with a man in a circus uniform wearing a black hat. that finally caught your attention and caught Aranel's attention too. And Aranel was like, why didn't you say that before? Rasha said, you didn't ask. So you finally got on board with this plan, and you decided in the hours preceding nighttime to go poke around again at his old campaign office that burned down, that was sitting outside of town at the edge of the forest. And he poked around there and you found several clues. One clue said that someone was trying to kill him, which might explain why he's now moved over into this very expensive part of town and hired this heightened security. Because now he's in fear for his life, probably. And you found some clues linking back to the whole Valendrome dream crystal thing that you traced to a coffee and tea shop in town called the Oak Vale Cafe. So things have gotten very interesting. They got even more interesting that night when you broke into his campaign office, where you found a diary along with a Valendrone wrapped in a leather sash of some kind. You actually found a dream crystal, quite possibly the very dream crystal that was used to transport Lady Fiore into the Dreamlands. And what you found in this diary actually added a lot of context to everything. Because you had before been calling Mr. Stormire Mr. Asshole because of all of the vitriol and just nasty things he had been saying about Goblerans. Well, now we found a lot of context that really reshaped everything that you thought about him. Because you found that he had actually lost a daughter, a 13-year-old daughter, which is quite young for a Gelvarin, when she had fallen in the river a few years ago when she was playing with her Goblerin friends. And now we pick up as a tall man wearing a black hat and a red circus uniform stands atop a hill looking out over the scene below as a cloaked individual approaches from behind him. "I've been tricked," says Zolgoth as he looks out over the army of Skulms preparing for war. "I'm being tricked. I don't like being tricked. Seems I need to move my timetable up. Tick-tock, the clock is ticking. Tick-tock." He turns to look at the cloaked individual. "The dragons are coming. Oh, goody. The guardians all accepted my invitations, and even a surprise guest. Everything's all ready for the tea party. Time to welcome the masters. But now I've been tricked. Someone is paying me. Do you know who?" The cloaked individual bows before him. "I do not. I am sorry, sire." Zolgoth approaches the individual as he places his cane gently on the man's shoulder. "Oh, shush, shush, shush," he says as he gets up close to the man, close enough to whisper in his ear. "Your death will serve as a sacrifice to the madness," he whispers before plunging his sword cane deep into the man's chest. The man gasps in pain before doubling over and collapsing to the ground. Zolgoth looks over his latest victim. They just don't make them like they used to. I guess I've got to do everything myself. And find good help these days. He says. He looks down at his uniform. Maybe a good try cleaner. Then he looks out at his the Skull army. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. It's time for the game to begin. And so, as I believe it was Willow and Holdra who went along with Sera to tail Stormire
Yeah.
late at night.
Yes. Across the rooftops.
Well, you're going across the rooftops.
The largest ninja to ever be seen.
Yeah.
Hopefully not seen.
The largest ninja to ever be not seen.
And you finally catch up with him. You finally see him at the center of the city. And I need you to all make stealth checks.
Okay.
Cauldra and Willow, please make me
Okay.
stealth checks.
Okay.
Here.
Let's see.
And I'm going to change the scene. So we have
Oh,
okay,
oh, nice.
pretty good stealth checks there. So, unbeknownst to anyone, nobody seems to notice a big Sasquatch walking through the middle of the city. But
It's like,
here we go. And so you notice him traveling from the center of the city. You find him traveling from the center of the city, and he goes through multiple alleyways. And now I need Cauldra and Willow to please make me survival checks to keep on his trail.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Willow, you've lost his trail, but luckily Cauldra has kept on his trail. And he's winding through all these little alleyways, and sometimes even doubling back. And so Cauldra and Willow, you can make me another stealth check.
Okay.
As he stops and looks around, almost trying to make sure that he's not being tailed. So Coldra, as you get up to one roof, overlooking where he is down on the street, you slip for a second, but you're able to maintain your balance, but the sound of your foot scraping across the rooftop catches his ear and he looks up, but you just managed to get out of view. And then he looks around some more and then he continues on. Please make me survival checks. Okay. Willow's lost his trail again because he doubled back down another alleyway and then crossed over into another alleyway. He kind of lost his trail there. But Cauldra has maintained his trail.
I may not be good at keeping track of him, but
But at
I'm
least you're
doing
not
good
being
at
seen.
stealth. Yeah.
At least you're not being seen while you're being followed by a lovable teddy bear, actually a very grumpy teddy bear, and a puppet.
Yes.
And so, as he stops again and looks around, please make me stealth checks.
Yeah, I'm a story point that. I'm a story
no.
point. I'm so glad I kept my story point. I almost used it from the last stealth roll.
Please do.
No. Oh, no.
There we go. My best stealth check yet.
Yeah.
Yippee.
Yeah, so we've got a pretty good stealth check there, but Willow, you tripped over a barrel, and the sound it catches his attention. He looks back, but luckily your black fur seems to blend in with the dark night, so he doesn't immediately see you. But his attention is focused in your direction now. What do you do?
Let me. Oh, I said. What can I do? Let me see.
Do you want to make another stealth check as he tried to hide?
I will try to keep it in, yes.
Okay.
Let's see. No, that's even worse. Actually, that's
you can
not
story
worse,
point it.
but not much better. Yeah.
You can
I'll
story
use
point
a
it.
story point. I'll use a story point. Let's see.
Right click on it and
Okay.
like
Don't do that.
use
I
a story
guess.
point.
I don't
There
know
we
if it
go.
used
That's
it.
much better. So
Okay.
you managed to duck behind a wall just in time, just as he starts to see your shape, and he thinks for a moment, and then continues on where he is going.
Got some great acrobatics for
Yeah,
a giant
pretty great
creature.
acrobatics there for a big Sasquatch. And so he's now over on this street here as he seems to be getting close to the docks. And make me survival checks. as he's now doubling back now down another alleyway.
Man's begging us to miss a roll, but not today.
Willow? Survival check. Well, Cauldress can't keep you on his trail. Willow can't seem to keep a trail to save their life. And
are you sure you didn't come out of the forest of your own free will and not that you just got lost? Because I'm starting to think you got lost.
So, and what is your response to that, Willow?
I say, well, this isn't really the wilderness. It's the middle of an alley. I wouldn't consider it the same thing. I wouldn't consider it the same as being in the wilderness.
Yeah, you watch if he turns left and right. That's about all the work we've got to do right now.
Yeah.
And if he hasn't turned, then he's straight ahead.
Well, it's been like it's a bad day for me. What can I say?
So you find Stormire at the edge of a dock behind some warehouses over here. He's at the edge of a dock behind some warehouses at the eastern part of the city, behind what looks like a fishery. And he's pacing back and forth, up and down the dock in the dead of night. The scent of fish and other seafood waves through the salty sea air. Stormire seems anxious about something, with how he's pacing back and forth. You know, if you keep pacing like that, you'll run a hole right through the dock and they'll have to fish you out of the sea, says a voice. Stormire looks to see a man in a circus uniform who wasn't there before, at the very edge of the dock. Stormire marches right up to the man. You made me a promise. You promised me that none of what I would be doing for you would be illegal, and you promised me I would see my daughter again, he says. Now those detectives have been off my trail for a couple of weeks, sure, but then someone tried to kill me. Now where is my daughter? Oh no, you were the one who decided to whisk away that poor little Gobblern girl. Don't you put that one on me. Though blaming everything on that spirit was a nice touch, says Zolgoth. And would you be the one behind the lich who's marching right all over my parade now, Stormire looks incredulous. That undead king? You think I have something to do with the return of those damnable undead? He says, how or why would I have anything to do with those undead? Just keep this up and you won't be invited to my tea party, says Zolgoth. I don't want to come to your damn tea party. I want my daughter, says Stormire. Who will be at the tea party? Really now? Have you really not been paying attention? Says Zolgoth. It's already begun. The dream Mystimon showing up all over town. That's only the beginning. The faucet is only at a trickle now. Once the river is fully gushing, then the real fun will begin. And then your whisking away of the Gobblern and the lady won't seem such a crime because they'll be back, along with all the dream Mystimon and nightmare Mystimon. And then you will see your precious daughter again. Finally, it seems to strike him what Zolgoth is up to. You're ripping a hole in the veil? Are you bloody mad? He says incredulously. No, I want out. Even my daughter is not worth the devastation you will cause with your lunacy, he says as he starts to walk away. What you call devastation, I call an improvement on this miserable world, says Zolgoth. and madness is but a matter of perspective. To me, you seem mad. Those detectives now, they're the poster children of insanity. Chaos is what makes the world truly go round, not your politics. Putting a bunch of stuck-up blokes in a room expecting them to solve the world's problems, that's madness. No, if you want to solve anything, you've got to do everything yourself. Introduce a little anarchy, and the whole entire system falls apart. Think about it. You tell your government that a community of poor refugees in some far-off country will starve to death unless they help. They'll spend days and weeks and months deliberating and talking up a storm, all while people are dying. That is the utter definition of madness. He says as he approaches Stormire, this whole rebuild the council plan is doomed to failure. And what would you have us do, hand all the reins of power to a single man? Says Stormire. Of course not, that's even more insane, even madder than I am, and that's a feat. Says Zolgoth as he gets right up in Stormire's face. No, what you've got to do is tear everything all down. Right down to the foundation, and then destroy the foundation. If you can imagine, with all the world's leaders gathered here in this one little city, I can tip one domino and all the world's nations will be at each other's throats within the week. But if I wipe all of them out, well, no one will know what to do with themselves. That is chaos. So madness, you see, is all a matter of perspective. I'm done with you. I will not play host to your threats. I will be contacting the Magi Guardian, informing them of your insane plans. Says Stormire as he starts to walk away. Tisk, such a disappointment. I can't have you running all my plans. Says Zolgoth as he starts to unsheath his sword cane. And Sera starts to move.
Where are they?
You are within about 25-30 feet.
If within 25 feet, I can use intercept strike to get in the way if they attack.
Okay, and Sarah's starting to move to intercept as well. Pods, we've got to move now, unless we want another murder on our hands.
He's already gone as like the rocket boots in his feet like take off.
Yeah.
Hey, kill him!
As you intercept, he says,
want
"Oh,
him dead."
goody! Look who finally decided to join the party. Where are the rest of your pals? We can get this tea party started."
You want him dead? Busy dealing with more important people than you.
And so, boop.
Oh,
Okay, I have boop.
well, Koldra, it's been nice knowing you, buddy.
Time to 3v1 Zolgoth. Here we go.
Oh, well.
Yep.
Good luck, you guys.
Uh-oh. Did they
So,
see us? Did they see
I like
us?
to, I like
Well,
to imagine.
Calder's come out of hiding to keep the other guy from getting stabbed by Zolgoth.
Oh,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
I
Okay,
personally
so-
want that dude gone. But
Cole-
we can't get.
Cauldron one doesn't have the full story. He wasn't around since the start, but also he figures whatever info this guy might have would be more valuable
Willow
than as
try to-
entertaining as his death.
Can Willa try to stop him before he, like, did it?
Stop Cauldron?
Yeah, I don't know.
Depends on how, because what I'm using is an actual like reaction ability, so it'd be like
Oh,
lit second reaction.
Willa, I don't know. Willa's
Okay.
doesn't know what to do. Willa definitely.
So apparently I
I-
forgot again to put the stat block for Zolgoth in here. I do have a
We
stat block for him. But I forgot again to put it in here, into Foundry, so... Let me take it out of...
Dang,
the-
HP already at 0. We already won.
You wish.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I guess that's one way to put it. give me a second. You can all roleplay amongst yourselves while I
Okay, I like
search
to
for things.
imagine. So far, what's going on is that one dude just went absolute cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and burned down the tree tavern they were staying at. Turns out that the dude were the person that was the obvious answer was actually the guy that did it.
Yeah.
And now it turns out that Zolgoth is like doing something, and like the necromancers are are messing with his plan. Because like this entire time, I thought the necromancers and Zolgoth were like in league with each other. Because that was my theory. But now it seems like they're in opposite forces. So like that begs a question. Then, are we fighting two battles on two different battlefields? Or are we gonna do the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of deal?
Okay, so the very least I'm going to put in his level.
Curious now.
That's a very good question. It's a very, very good question.
I'm just throwing out that idea for us to like stew and maybe discuss what we can do for later. Because with the necrom
With
starts
the
with a
Undead
G.
Kings.
Yeah, the Undead King. The ice one. Grievous?
Graven.
Grievous?
Graven.
Graven. Again. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So what do we know about the Undead Kings? We know that they cause problems and that Ida's backstory is tied with them. From
Yeah,
what I remember.
they've been in hiding for a number of years.
They've been unkilled.
All
One way
right.
to put it.
Well.
Yeah, didn't the tribunal
All
take them out?
The tribunal only defeated Brasius and Demios.
Yeah.
They didn't
Only a
defeat.
couple got defeated. The rest went into hiding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well. Take out their
Hey.
crystal walkie thing to try to see if anyone picks up, because she wants to try to, I guess, call. They want to try to call for backup.
It's gonna take a whole long time because we are here. There are a couple of people here.
They're just like,
Yeah.
they're just thinking like, what do I do? Definitely can't go up against this guy.
Toggle combat state. At least this is
So-
far less combatants than the last one.
Yeah. There's also so wait, I do have a question then. So there in one like of the cutscenes that we saw, there was essentially like a hidden fourth undead king, right? Or I guess queen in this instance, for what I gathered.
Let's see,
Or am I misremembering?
I think you're misremembering because there are 7 undead kings still remaining after Brasius and Demios were defeated.
Oh, okay. So I thought there was 4. I thought there was only max of 3. Never mind. That's just my fault then.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's 8 in total, right? Or 8
There's
living
9.
right
9.
now.
There are 9.
Oh,
There were 9. Demios was redeemed. And that's who you now know as Daphne the Ghostar. So, I'll roll for Zolgoth's initiative, and we'll roll for Sera, who apparently was definitely not ready for this.
Thinking like
Willow and Cauldra, please roll for initiative.
There is no active encounter to roll for initiative.
There is.
There. Oh,
Oh, you didn't move the map. You didn't activate the.
We are
battle map.
still on the other map, the Evergreen City
Yeah.
map currently.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Will is like, this is our. Will is just like, well, here we go, Iggy. I guess we're going to. I guess do this.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Willow, roll initiative.
Oh yeah.
Where's the other guy? Because I would be
Are that
beside him.
Let's see. Let's see.
Oops.
I know. Oh, I know. Oh, I don't know if I did that right. I was trying to add Iggy to it.
Okay, let's begin the encounter.
Uh,
Okay, so Cauldra, you do start us off. So you, Vincalmo Stormire is just behind you, next to Sera and Willow. So Cauldra, please start us off.
Okay. First of all, it doesn't say it takes an action. Gonna turn on my anti-magic aura.
How do I
As
move
I
over here? Oh, never mind. I didn't.
am going to use my reach to try and grapple Zolgoth, hoping that I can suppress his magic with my aura.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Thanks.
Since his magic could be quite powerful.
It certainly could.
We don't die.
Just give him a big ol' bear hug.
Okay, go for it.
Where are those two other guys? Are they hiding?
All right.
We only have Vincalmo here. Oh,
The other guys.
the puppet
We're
and the teddy bear. Yeah, they're hiding.
Yeah.
They're not going to get involved in this. They see this. They see this guy. They're like, no, we're not getting involved in this.
Prefer
Leave
life.
us the hell out.
I prefer life. Thank you.
They're the smart ones. They're the
How's a
smart ones.
43 do ya?
How does a 43 do us against his 42 DC? Correct.
Yes.
So that is a success. You have grappled Zolgoth. You've given him a big fat bear hug. And so you are now right up next to him. And we are going to give him the grappled.
Great. And I didn't actually think I'd get that in one shot, so next. Oh yeah. No, I was very surprised at the roll. Next we're gonna try and trip him to make him prone as well.
Okay. That's going to go against his reflex DC, correct?
It's see if I can find out. Let's see here. Yes.
Okay. Roll it, and we've got 31 against his reflex DC. It fails.
Yeah, I was expecting it might. I got one more action.
You try to trip him up, and he's like literally dancing along your feet as you're trying to trip him up. Ooh, are we having a dance party now?
I just like to imagine he forgot the name of that dance. He gritties over your attack. Like you try to trip him, he just gritties over it.
And then for my last action was debating tripping him again, but I think just in case I'm gonna go ahead and activate my Guardian stance, or my Paragon's Guard, so that I constantly have my shield raised.
Okay. As soon as I get this working. There we go. Okay. So Zolgoth is up. And let's see. He is grappled. So how can he break free of the grapple again?
Escape checks. In the basic macro companion, you can do escape check, but if I remember correctly, you can use athletics.
Yeah, so you can so you attempt to escape from being grabbed, choose one creature, attempt to check using your unarmed attack modifier against the DC of the effect. Or you can attempt an acrobatics or athletics check instead of your attack modifier if you so choose.
So I can use
Uh,
I could use an attack.
You can use an unarmed attack, an athletics or acrobatics check.
Okay.
And the DC you would be trying to beat would be the athletics DC of me. And I have a plus 25, so that would be a DC 35.
Okay. He uses an unarmed attack and rolls a 20 on the die.
Of course he gets a nat 20.
God.
And breaks
Wow.
free.
That's so
Oh.
funny. That's
Yeah.
so funny.
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh.
let's see. What is he going to do? Is he going to bring out his Eidolon?
Yeah.
That could be
Oh,
bad too.
no.
Eidolon.
Skull
Has
Dude could be
Eidolon.
bad too.
Oh god.
Oh, no.
Could
Good luck,
just imagine.
fellas. You're in a fight for your lives.
Hey, this wasn't my idea.
Actually, I think Zolgoth is simply going to poke at you with his sword cane.
He's gonna poke at him with a stick. Be careful.
Oops.
He has a plus 30 to his unarmed attack.
Oh my god.
Plus 31 to his attack,
Oh.
to his weapon.
Yeah.
And that is
Yeah, 42 will hit.
42 will hit.
My AC is a mere 37.
At least that didn't crit. So be happy. Because I would have crit any other character.
Yeah, it probably would have.
Any other character, that would have been a crit.
I don't think it would have crit Bastille. Oh, no,
So
yeah, it would have
Cauldra
crit
takes
Bastille.
29 piercing damage.
Oh, that would have been 49. Whew!
9, okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and now I'll just take it.
Okay. Let's see here.
So there we go.
So now he's going to cast a spell. And as he casts this spell, he's going to target Cauldra, Sera, and Willow.
No.
Targets up to 5 creatures, up to 120 feet. Bleeding notes of a strange and unnatural song fill the air, overtaking your mind. Each target must attempt a will save.
Does that affect Mystimon?
No, it's not a Mystimon.
Okay.
So please attempt will saves. Need to pull up Sera.
What a terrible roll.
Oh, I hope that
Okay,
passes.
so we have 30 from Sarah, we have 37 from Willow, and we have a 29 from Coldra.
Please tell me that.
Okay,
passes.
so all of you fail.
No. God, no. I was hoping that was a pass.
Is it a spell or is it like
It's a spell.
of the mind?
It's
Oh,
a
okay.
spell.
Um,
So,
Right.
a creature needs to attempt only one save against this each round. It is a sustained effect up to 1 minute. So everyone failed. It was just a normal failure for everyone. So we're going to roll 1d4 on this
Dang.
table. Okay,
Willow, that means you lost it by
everyone-
1.
Everyone is frightened
Yeah.
too.
What's frightened too?
So
makes it
so two unnerved.
Ah. Oh my
Oh
god.
no!
God.
Wait, Willow,
That
does you
doesn't
have
sound
a
good.
reaction for that? No cause for alarm.
Has an action for it. Or,
Ah, that was a reaction. My bad.
Okay.
yeah.
So that is his turn. Willow, what are you going to do?
Do I need to roll again? Or. Wow.
Yeah, because it says you can roll each turn to
Okay.
save against it, yes?
No, it's each round.
Oh,
Each round.
alright.
Okay.
When he sustains the spell each round.
Let's see.
And I need to remove his grub.
Oh, where's
So, what is Willow doing?
Oh, I was trying to find it. Like, why isn't it working? I was looking on the wrong sheet. Let me see. If you're frightened, can you use no cause for alarm on yourself? Or do you have to not be frightened? I guess for it to work.
Key post it.
Right
I
there.
do have
I'm
a
just wondering
question, Seth.
if it works
What?
if
Sorry.
you're frightened.
Yeah, there's no reason it shouldn't work.
Yeah,
But he used an action to get out and action to stab me. Fear, if using the spell, takes 2 actions. He'd only have 1 action left.
Okay. Let me see.
So what's the question?
So he'd used a total of 4 actions, not 3. An action to get out of my grapple, an action to stab me, and then 2 actions for fear.
You're actually right.
Oopsies.
What happened?
So
I'll keep this spell over here
we-
on the back burner.
we might not actually have frightened.
Oh.
That might have saved us for frightened.
Unnerved. It's
Oh.
unnerved,
Well,
and not
unnerved.
frightened.
What? They're interchangeable at this point.
Well,
Therapy's gonna be busy now.
are we saved?
I
For
don't
now.
know. He's
For now.
So,
The
Willow,
DM
what
is
are you
processing.
going to do? You're taking way too long with your term.
well. What?
Oh, I was asking if I could use no alarm cause for alarm on myself.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
are
you
we
don't need to
unnerved
do
or
that
not,
now.
DM? Okay.
You don't need to do that now.
Oh, yeah.
And
I will.
Coldra can have a story point for pointing that out.
Alright. Let's see. What? actions is this? I'm gonna tell. Let's see. I'm gonna tell AK to attack him. Let's see, I guess. Let's see. Let's attack. Iggy, attack him.
Well, Iggy can't attack him because Iggy is
Oh no.
Iggy is all the way like 30 feet away.
Oh. Iggy. Alright, let's move closer.
Yeah, that
Wow.
might help.
Alright. I think that fine, I think.
What is the range on your attacks?
I think it's
Hypno Wave can maybe hit him, but nothing else can.
okay. Let's see. Alright, let me go there. Oh
Yeah,
wait, that's
Iggy
the
is
wrong
still
person. Oh, that was the wrong person. I was looking at the big guy and thinking it was Olgoth.
Yeah, you
Oh,
were
yeah.
you were looking at Cold Rat.
Yeah.
Iggy's going to attack Cold Rat.
No. Oh yeah, let's see.
Okay, we have
It's that hit.
32 to attack on Zolgoth against his AC, and it misses.
Alright.
What are you trying to do? Tickle me?
No.
I'm a very ticklish
Okay.
person. If you can hit me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Let's see.
So that's 2 actions to move. That's 1 action to move into, and another to attack. So you've used up 2 actions.
Okay. That's it for me. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I'll do.
Okay. If any of the PF2e on Foundry guys are listening, it would be very, very, very helpful if you could have a setting in somewhere to turn off the Pathfinder Society tab on character sheets. I don't like having to go into every single character sheet and turn it off. It's very, very time consuming. Okay, so we're moving on to Sera. Moving on to Sera. So Sera is going to fire her bow at Zolgoth.
Get him! Oh!
41 to hit on this crazy asshole. 41 does hit. And she does 18 points of piercing damage. So now she's going to fire again and miss. She fires again and misses. her other 2 arrows just fly over his head, and he says, missed me, now you gotta kiss me.
You know what to do. Closer, kiss him.
If this is what it takes, I will make the sacrifice.
If you do it, I will give you a story point. You will earn
get
it.
to my turn.
Yes,
Get to
it
my
is your
turn and you'll find out. Okay, well, if it's my turn, first we're gonna try and grapple him again.
Okay.
Because I do love to have him waste actions on getting out.
That's a good plan.
Thank you, I thought so.
Especially since it actually stops him from manifesting his Eidolon.
Hey!
Because manifesting your Eidolon, it takes 3 actions.
You love to see it. 44, so yeah, he's
44,
grappled again.
it grapples him. Yep.
You know? And also, and as far as part of how this grapple goes, is Cole is like, you want a kiss, huh? And just headbutts him in the mouth, grabbing onto him.
And
There's
make an
your
attack
kiss.
check.
Oh no, that's just the grapple. That's not actually doing damage.
Okay.
Yep. That's funny.
That's just how he gets a hold of him. It's like just trying to daze him with a headbutt.
Okay. So now he's grappled again, and
then we're gonna try and trip him again.
Got a little crick at his jaw now. And that's a 34. And that
Against
fails
his-
to trip him.
Yeah, I was assuming it did. I've got one more action left. Do I want to do that or enter a dreamlike trance? Yeah, we'll try and trip him again.
Okay.
Well, I would love to roll above 9. You know what? I'm story pointing that. I
Okay.
might get one here in a moment. I don't know if the headbutt's enough, but with a 42, that better trip him.
Yep, 42 does trip him. So now
So then,
he
yeah, like-
is. Now he is prone.
Yeah, following the headbutt, he just takes his shield and like truly just leans his full weight into it, pinning him down on the ground. Stay. And that is my turn.
Oh, is this what we're going to do? Oh, how fun.
You wanted to dance.
This is a little more than dancing. But if you want to take me right here, right now, I'm game.
You're not my type.
Are you anyone's type?
You'd be surprised.
The Zolgoth is now both grabbed and prone. So now, let's see. He's going to try. He's going to try to make an unarmed attack roll to try to get free.
Okay.
That is a 40.
Yeah, that beats the 35.
Okay. So he is no longer grabbed.
But he is still prone.
Yes, he is. And now he has to spend another action to get up.
Yeah!
and he brushes off his uniform, and he takes his sword cane and he tries to poke you again.
Fair enough.
How's a 35 do you?
That misses.
Oh my
That
god!
misses.
He misses
Yeah.
on a 4.
You're
AC
quite-
is 37.
You're quite nimble for a giant gorilla. Willow.
Alright. Let's see. Willow is going to do this. Let's see.
Oh, what in the world is the giant Sasquatch to do? Hmm? Try to attack me again with your little lizard?
How? I don't know if this is good. Let's see. I was thinking about that. Like, what?
That's a reaction.
Oh, never mind. Never mind then. Alright. Let's see. Cash? No.
Tick tock, tick
not
tock. The clock is ticking.
Yeah. It's like, let's see.
Yeah, but we're not the ones late for a tea party.
I will try.
At this rate, we'll all be late for the tea party.
I don't know if I don't know. Let's see this. Maybe I.
So, Arctic shards.
Okay.
Critical success.
Ah, duh. No, alright. But bad.
I think he just doesn't like you, Willow.
Yeah, they like me. Alright. Does are spells different from actions?
You just used
Or-
2 actions.
Oh, okay. Alright.
A lot of
Oh,
spells are 2 actions. There are a few that are 1 action.
Okay.
Just a few, though.
Okay. We're just gonna. We're just gonna stand over here,
Okay.
contemplating. It's like,
What is
why?
Cycler going to do?
Cycler's going to try to hit him. Let's see.
Oh, try to
let's-
hit me with your little lizard again.
Are are actions for them separate, or are they like the same?
The same.
Okay. What costs 1 action? Let me see.
Yeah, if it has just the 1 diamond on it, then that costs 1 action.
Do I have anything that costs 1 action? I didn't think so.
Tick tock, tick
Don't
tock,
think
tick tock.
so. No. Well,
You
Cycler's
could summon some of your other Mystimon with an action. Isn't that only 1?
Yeah.
Do I?
So,
can
and then use them in future turns with with that last action if you don't really have anything that costs 1.
Can I do have 2 without at the same time?
Let's see.
And or are you?
Not sure if I can have 2 out or just 1. I think I can
Was
only
it-
have 1 out.
Well, so this is your Eidolon, yes?
Yeah.
Quote unquote your Eidolon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, my partner.
yeah, so this would be part of the just regular Mystimon stuff. I could
Yeah.
be wrong.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
So you
I
can
so yeah,
spend
you
a
can have
summon
a second
slot.
out.
You could use a summon slot to summon another Mystimon.
Okay.
To summon either Tiki or Snowball.
Let me see. Snowball. I guess I'll summon Snowball.
Okay.
Seems
There's
like a game
Snowball,
changer.
your little white Nyoko with wings.
There we go.
A flying house cat.
A flying house cat, yeah, basically.
So, that is your actions.
Yay.
Sera. Sera is going to fire her bow. And miss. And she's going to take another shot. And miss. You know, if this keeps up, at least you'll be good at target practice.
Totally thinking they were like insects.
He's toying with you. It's very clear to you that he's toying with you. She's going to move over here. Try to position herself better. And call dry.
Okay.
So she runs over to the to the south west. Actually, from her perspective, to the northeast. She runs over to the right, over to her right, to try to get a better aim at the crazy psycho.
I'm just keep trying to keep the crazy psycho occupied and
You
hope
do
that they can start getting hits in.
You do that.
Grapple check.
A grapple check on the crazy psycho. That is going to fail. Oh, are you going to give me another hug?
Grapple check, take 2.
You have to roll a map. Remember, it's a -5.
Yeah, that. One minute here while I add that.
A 38 just barely fails.
Fails for his fortitude?
Yeah.
Man's got a higher fortitude bonus than me.
Oh. You know, this entire time I thought Zolgoth was a nerd. I didn't realize he hit the gym.
Apparently, he never skips a leg day.
God, I mean, to be fair, he has been grittying on you this entire time, so I guess that's fair.
Yeah,
He's been
but the
toying with you this
reflex I
entire
could
time.
understand. Oh my god. What's a -10 if I try again? What are my options here?
Call him a nerd.
That kind of bungles things a bit.
Oh.
Let's see. I think what
Don't
I'm
you
gonna
have
go.
Did you have like a guardian thing where you could taunt him?
I do. It honestly doesn't do much unless you like invest heavily in it.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
I did not. I invested more in the getting to people and stopping things from happening. And also I think he will save PC, honestly. So instead, I think my last action is just gonna be used to enter a dreamlike trance so
Okay.
that I can use visions of foresight in the future.
Okay. That's all of your
Because-
actions.
Yeah, then I'll be
And
able.
now. Okay, so he's going to target Coldra and fire an utterly cold ray of darkness tinged with evil energy. Now he's going to make a ranged spell attack. That is 44.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
I don't know if he gets any minuses for being right next to me, but
No.
So you don't have the holy trade, do you?
no. That would be wild if he did.
Oh, okay. So you're not a man of God. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh wait, does
He's
Vincalmo have it?
literally part demon, so like
I don't know. You could be a demon cleric.
Okay.
oh wait. Sorry. I can't be the target of his spell
Why?
because of anti-magic aura.
Oh, that's
Oh.
correct.
I forgot you had that
Go,
on this entire time. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's part of why I was grappling him, because I'm not sure how it fully affects others, but I'm hoping that, like, when I stay close, he can't really cast, which is part of why he's getting out of the grapples.
Hey, I need to actually look at that.
Here you go. That's all it says.
You can never be the target of spells, and whenever an area spell would affect you, you gain a +2 circumstance bonus on any saving throw to resist those spells. When you roll a success to resist a magical effect, treat it as a critical success instead. Okay, so let's say that 44 was actually against Willow.
Dang.
Unfortunate, but
What is
sorry.
it for?
Gotta
What is it for?
It is
A
for
spell.
it is for a spell,
Okay.
and that's probably hits. I'm guessing.
Unfortunately, it's
Actually, it's a
probably a
critical.
crit against Will. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a crit.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
for what?
Willow.
Fortitude?
That's... No, your AC.
Oh, yeah. I got a 29 for my AC.
That's not good.
Dang,
It's a
unfortunate
crit.
for Willow.
Oh,
That's
Unfortunate.
very not good.
Oof.
that
So-
tickle. Oh, that tickled.
So
Oh,
you
that
take-
tickled. Ew.
Yep.
Oh,
Wait.
Shoot.
Revert that.
What?
For
What
some
happened?
dumb reason, it was targeting
Oh,
him.
oh, 126 damage.
goodbye, Willow.
I have 164.
Goodbye, Willow. It's been fun.
Oh.
Why
were a
does it
worthy
keep doing
sacrifice.
that?
You have to you have to click on Willow's token, and then hit apply.
Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Alright.
That would
Oop. Damn.
supplied correctly.
Yeah.
And
I think.
Oh my!
you took a
Oh.
crap ton
Ouch.
of damage.
Ouch.
You took
Yeah,
a
I think
crap ton of cold damage from that.
Ouch. Ouch.
I think following that, Coldra's gonna yell back and say,
Sarah, Willow, get the politician out of here.
The what?
Oh, is he a politician now? I thought he was a jackass.
He is both.
Oh, politician.
Oh, we're finally on agreement in something.
And
Alright. What?
Oh, is the poor Wakan cold? Would you like a coat?
There's stairs. Oh, wait. Let's see. How far am I away?
Okay, so Willow.
Alright. Alright.
You have boo boo.
Let's see.
That's putting it mildly.
All I gotta
Run,
say.
Willow, run!
It reminds me of that meme.
Let's
You guys have any ibuprofen? My head hurts.
I think a lot of them hurt right now.
And it's like the person's head is like half gone.
Ah, nice.
Like,
Oh, so
players
you're
going to
using
use that.
Blinkgate.
Yeah.
You might want to move Cyclair first.
Yeah. Let's see.
So you move Cyclair over there,
Yeah.
and your Mystimon partner collects psychic energy and focuses it on a point adjacent to it, creating a small portal just large enough for it and one ally to slip through. The other end of this portal must be a location up to 50 feet away that your Mystimon partner can see. So you're going to send Cyclair and Stormire
And,
through that portal.
Yeah.
And then run away yourself.
Yeah. Basically.
Okay, so you send Cyclair and Stormire through that portal. They teleport 50 feet away, and now you need to run away.
Oh my god, running away.
So you are running away down that
that way, I
alleyway.
This
And
way.
as Zolgoth calls after you, but wait, you'll miss the tea party.
I don't care about your tea party. Yeah, Willow
But
just yells
everyone's going
back.
to be there.
Well, just yells back. No, no one cool will be there. And just runs away.
The
No one
ancient
cool
ones
will
will
be
be
there.
there. They're cool. And
I
Sera,
think you need to get better friends if you want us to attend.
I am so lonely right now. Sera starts running away.
Like how it took a crate and everyone's skedaddling away.
I assumed we would need to, but I figured
No.
while we're holding him at bay, it's worth trying to get some pot shots, but they couldn't even do that.
You got a couple of shots in.
No.
Did
yeah,
we?
Willow yeah, no. Willow knew this would go badly.
So
Oh, I knew it'd go badly. I was just hoping we could get the politician out, which so far,
you got him out.
yeah, I assume he's been running this whole time.
Yeah.
Willow yells to the other guys hiding. Go away while you can. Get out while you can.
Go on,
You're
get!
to tell me twice, you giant Sasquatch. So, Coldra, what are you doing?
Well, as the one who cannot be targeted by spells, I'm just gonna keep them distracted a little longer before I go as well.
Okay.
Because if, like, I figure if I immediately also run, then he can just follow us.
Probably.
He can still poke you with his stick though.
He can poke me with his stick, but I've got a pretty good AC. Like, I know he'll probably get through it, but I've got a decent amount of health.
You curse yourself. Watch.
Cauldra just
He's gonna
says,
run.
Cauldra just says, sticks and stones will never hurt me.
I also have a question, but that question will only come up depending on if I successfully grapple him. So first of all, action for Vision of Foresight, so that I can
You use your
re-roll
daydreams?
a skill check if needed.
Okay, use your daydreams to predict the success of actions, rapidly envisioning the possibilities.
And now I'm going to use that for this athletics check to grapple him so that I can roll and keep the higher of the two.
Go for it. Can you
I
roll
mean-
higher than a 3?
Oh,
That's
The
that
duality
that
of
fails.
That sure does.
the
Well,
duality of man.
I'm assuming Snowball follows Willow.
Let's see.
Snowball, I assumed actually was dismissed.
Oh yeah, that works too.
Okay.
I forget. Can you shove people? I probably wouldn't succeed.
I think you
'Cause
can
we're, like-
shove someone.
Because we're like right by the water, right?
Yes.
I just want to shove him into the water.
Go for it.
I don't
Go for
know. Like, he's got to like. Because I think that. Let me look up shove, but I'm pretty sure that's once
Yeah,
again
they-
against their fortitude.
Does your weapon have the shove trait? And do you have a hand free?
Let me check. I forget about those traits. It might actually have the trip trait.
I don't see a trip trait anywhere.
Nah, my grizzly scythe does have the trip trait.
I see change grip, sheath, and drop.
Below
Oh, you
that,
have to-
look near the bottom.
Yeah, you got to click on the weapon and
Of
it
the
shows all
weapon.
traits.
Yeah. Attack,
Okay, it has
deadly,
trip.
D10, magical trip.
It does have trip.
But it does not have shove, so I can't use the weapon for it.
And you can't even use the shield for it.
Why would I need to use the shield for it?
I find that a little funny that a shield can't. It doesn't have the shove trait. That's silly.
Ah,
Nah.
Yeah.
You have to have a
Uh,
hand free or a feet for it.
Do you have a hand free?
Yeah, because the shield doesn't take up a hand.
Okay, so
Oh, neat.
go ahead and shove.
Because of the Gola modifications I have. Yeah, or this will be against his fortitude again.
Okay.
I think it still is subject to math, sadly.
That is
Yeah,
gonna
that's not going to succeed.
That is not going to succeed once again.
I mean, I've already got my shield up, so can I use Vision of Foresight twice in a turn?
I think so. Maybe. Yeah.
Sure, I'll
as
just
long
use
as
that
you're-
again.
Yeah, as long as you're in a daydream trance.
Yeah, I'll just use Vision of Foresight again, so that either I have advantage on a saving throw if he can make me take one, or I can use that on my next skill roll.
Okay, go for it.
And that's my turn.
Okay. And while that is going on, while all of that is going on, Makoto, where are you?
I'm with everybody that escaped the tavern, I guess, from the fire.
Yeah, everyone went over to the hospital with Kairine.
Yeah, so I guess that's where I am.
So you were at the hospital with Kairine, who sadly had to be taken to the hospital because she came back. Well, she didn't come back. She actually called Elsa for help after she was stricken by some kind of strange disease by a woman named Avalice. And while everyone is at this point kind of maybe in the waiting room or the cafeteria. Where do you think Makoto would be right now?
Maybe the waiting room.
Okay. So a Vrock woman comes in and finds Crystal as Crystal is pacing around, and she says, "I'm sorry, I came as soon as I heard. How is she?" And Crystal replies, "At the moment, still the same. Still unconscious, Zoe," says Crystal, and Zoe looks around. "Where's the egg?" she asks. Crystal sighs. "Still hasn't hatched," she says as she takes a seat. "I left it in my room at the tavern, nestled in some blankets and pillows." Zoe sits down beside her, looking nervous. "I've done some research about what happened. I've found reports of similar things happening over the past 500 years alone. Didn't go much further back than that, to be honest, however, very rarely. And what do you know of the divine? Of the gods?" Crystal looks at her confused. "Do I look like a priest? What are you saying? I mean, she's a priestess." She points at you, Makoto.
I will be right back.
Okay. So she points at you, Makoto, as she says, do I look like a priest?" And Zoe looks up at you, and she says, "So throughout all of these reports, some things remained a constant. In certain cases, the egg never hatched at all. In others, the egg did hatch, but often correlated with the owner having some sort of religious or emotional epiphany or breakthrough. However, with every one of these eggs that did hatch, they each had some form of extremely rare abilities or powers. Have you ever heard of the secret gods?" says Zoe as she lowers her voice. Makoto, you can roll a religion check. Okay, so Makoto, you know immediately what Zoe is talking about. You know immediately she's referring to 3 gods named Phantos, Irashiva, and Vlashmu. And Crystal says, secret gods? That's some sort of cult? Wouldn't be surprised with how many cults that pop up all the time. I'm surprised there isn't some cult convention. And Zoe says, "No, I'm talking about Phantos, Irashiva, and Vlashmu. Worship of these gods is exceedingly rare and done in secret. But the reason I ask is because these sort of miracles are often attributed to Phantos, the mother of Mystimon, thought to be some sort of divine gift from her," says Zoe. "Your egg may be far more special than you can imagine." Crystal looks at her weirdly. "Why would this Phantos grant me any form of divine gift? I don't even worship any gods, just isn't me. And Makoto, what you know is that it doesn't seem to matter. Very rarely are any of the reports of are any of the people in these reports worshippers of Phantos. It's often said by Phantos worshippers that you have heard that everyone who cares for Mystimon worships her in their own way, even if they don't know of her or believe." And Zoe repeats this, and she says, "You obviously cared a great deal for your Magvor. That might have been enough to gain her attention. Do you want to say anything, Makoto?"
I tell her that even though you don't know her, you've been worshiping her by taking care of your Mystimon.
Crystal sighs. "Okay, so what sort of abilities or powers are we talking about here?" Zoe shakes her head. I'm not entirely sure on that. Maybe Makoto here may know. I just wanted to let you know. Keep your egg close. The fact that that happened with the egg when it did, you might be on the verge of whatever breakthrough or epiphany you're supposed to make. It happened when you were talking about your feelings towards Zolgoth, right? Whatever it is, it depends entirely upon you. And then she starts to get up. Anyway, I wanted to bring you that information. I have to head back to the clinic now. By the way, I thought about your job offer to work at the academy. I would like to accept your offer if it's still on the table, of course. And Crystal gets up with her. Of course, why wouldn't it? She says as she shakes her hand. That's one staff position taken care of, only about a few thousand more to go. And
Ultra Woolly Jim.
So, but still, as you're investigating the office alongside Aranel, something about her triggers another memory. You're running through palm trees and dense foliage, doing everything you can to cover up the trail. Eventually, you come up to a cliff, and looking down, you see a Gelvaran woman with a great sword strapped to her back, running. You smile as she runs free and clear from some adventurers you just helped to throw off her trail. I'm glad you're well, Aranel, you say to yourself. Then you see flashes of other times you've helped cover for Aranel's escape without her knowing. Flashes of you telling her parents about how she is doing well, putting to rest their concerns and fears. Flashes of you defending Sera to your father, and actually getting through to him. After it all, you find yourself back in the office, looking around. As you look at Aranel, you get this overwhelming sense that Karii really was the glue holding the family together, as well as helping to change things from within. What do you say? What do you do?
Based on vibes, it seems like whatever I'm seeing, this person was like a mentor to Aranel of sorts.
It was her cousin.
Okay, cousin.
We are proud of you, Aranel.
And Aranel looks at you weirdly. What are you talking about?
What? Who is Kairi?
How would you possibly know anything about my late cousin? You never met her, have you? She says.
No. Changing things is our proud.
Have you blown a casket?
We are working fine.
Okay. The robot's gone crazy. And she starts to walk away.
Wait. Defended Sera to father. Correct.
Okay, so first it was me, and then it's Sera. What is this about?
don't know happen one other time.
You know, Karii deserves more than anyone to rest in peace without you dredging her up like this.
See visions from Carie's perspective.
And with that, Aranel just walks down the stairs, just throws up her hand, and she's done with this.
He is fully gonna try and follow.
So you try to follow her. And downstairs, Rasha and as Rasha and Aranel are together downstairs looking over things, Rasha steps up to beside Aranel and says, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear, but you have problems with your family?" They say, expecting Aranel to scream at them, but Aranel doesn't even look at them. I suppose you could see that. This functional Ariann family. They enforce these old-fashioned traditions and customs such as arranged marriage. Sera's father tried marrying her off to some noble prick. He knew for years that she just wasn't attracted to men. But he thought it was some disease to be cured, because it's just not right, a woman being attracted to a woman. Oh no. She sighs. She's starting to search through another stack of papers, and as she explains all this, as she describes all this, you're getting these visions of everything that she is talking about. And she says, my parents, on the other hand, they expected me to be perfect. They all had these extreme expectations. I was to be prim and proper. She scoffs and turns to them. I mean,
think like what happens is when he like remembers something specific that he can know where Aranel is going with like the recount of the story, he will just like abruptly cut off and finish the sentence with things he could not possibly know.
Yeah, you cut her off, and when she was saying I was to be a prim and proper, because you get these flashes of her and her sisters being expected to be to wear these really fancy dresses with a corset and high heels, and having to have this very particular walk and everything. You're getting these flashes of these things going on, and you interrupt and finish her sentence there.
Close, uncomfortable. Couldn't even wear things casual at home.
She rolls her eyes at you. I mean, look at me. Do I look proper to you? Just what I thought. Not who I am. And one of the things that Wood Gelvarn families hold in high esteem is the ability to use White Mystia. That was the last straw for me, because I can't. I was simply not born with even the ability to for White Mystia arts. And at that sentence, you also interrupt her again, as you also then suddenly get these flashes of you facing down Aranel as she's trying to steal a book from the family library.
You plan to abandon, stole, or tried book.
And I guess the walking robot here is trying to explain that I learned black mystic arts just as a big fat middle finger to my whole family.
Through book you took from family.
Yeah, it was a book about black mystic arts. Because it was the only way I was ever going to learn any magic.
We asked you to stay.
Kairi, are you actually in there?
I am Bastille.
Are you Bastille or are you Kairi?
We do not know who we are.
Rasha is silent a while. As they say, that's something we have in common, believe it or not. They say, as and not looking at her as they're searching through a stack of papers. Arno looks at them in surprise. Go ahead.
Marzara, Kairi, do not know these people, but see from them. Why?
I don't know, says Arno. And Rasha... What do you mean? What do you mean we have that in common? Rasha sighs. Got a month? Might take that long. They collapse down in a chair as they look up at her. And at Bastille. When I first came out to my family, as non-binary, my mother was supportive, but my father, he disowned me. And he got me exiled from my home city, Babul. So I can't even go home. I've got nowhere to go. And I might as well be just be invisible, because even my mother, who was supportive of me, pretends I don't even exist. And Ariel is taken aback as she comes to a realization. So, all those things I said to you before at the training site, it really hit home for you? And she says, God, I'm so sorry. Sera always did say I have a big mouth, so did Kairi. I'll stick my foot in it. I'm sorry. Rasha looks up at her with her usual wide smile. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm used to it. As they get up from the chair and start sorting through another stack of magazines. To tell you the truth, I'd hoped Sera would push for me to ask you to come along. Because I wanted to do this with you. Does Bastille say anything at this point?
I mean, like, unless it triggers any memories, I think the only thing he'd really not recognize from that is just because I don't really think it's come up in his existence thus far, is
non-binary. What is that?
Rasha looks at you and says, it means I identify as neither gender.
This is an option.
Yeah, I would suppose that you may be non-binary in a way, robot and all.
I have always simply been Bastille. Marzal, what, Kairi?
And Aradel gets a little annoyed. Would you stop dredging up my cousin's memory?
Aranel, we should get you to safety. This home is not safe.
Aranel just ignores you and looks at Rasha. Why would you want to go with someone who was so mean to you? So rude. She says. And Rasha blushes. I'm not very good at all this. I often get in the way of myself and start letting my eccentricities take hold. Like it did at the training arena. There was something I really wanted to say, but I got my own way and you hated me, and I thought I had lost my chance. Oh, just out with it already. I like you, Rasha blurts out, looking at her. Aranel is stunned. We literally just met. Rasha turns away. I like how strong you are and how brave you are, and they stammer, and from the moment I saw you, I liked you. And if you don't mind me saying, you put on a strong face even with Sera, even with the robot here. But you really do care about her, don't you? And you care about her wife, and you care about your cousin Kairi. I noticed how protective you are with them, and I like that. And I should probably shut up now. Aranel scoffs as she turns away. That would be a first. Rasha turns toward the doorway and says, I'll understand if you don't feel the same way. I'm sorry. Aranel smirks and says nothing for a moment. And then after a long silence, she says, oh, what the undergrave. As she marches right up to Rasha, turns them around to face her and plants her lips on theirs. And after a moment of embracing them, she looks at them. You know, all you really ever had to do was say something. No need for all this subterfuge to get me alone. Or sort of alone. Rasha smiles as I blush awkwardly. I'll keep that in mind. Does that mean you'll go out with me? And Arizona rolls her eyes. Shut up and kiss me. So, that just happened. And, but still is, I think something broke, but still.
Yeah? You don't think you had any part of that?
But still is broken. Very, very, very broken.
It's fine. It's not like he's got a bunch of holes in it. Oh, wait.
Okay, so so let's take a flashback. As Huldra and Willow and Sera have gotten away from Zolgoth, with Zolgoth doing his evil cackle, you finally got away. And we do a flashback. The day was the 24th of Ranu, 2739. A young elven girl is out in the woods playing alongside 3 goblins along the river. They're laughing and dancing and just having a great time. When suddenly they were approached by a man dressed in a black cloak. How lovely it is to see children playing and having fun, says the man. All three goblins gather around the girl, ready to defend her with their lives. Step away now, stranger, one of them says. You're not welcome here. The man smiles as a large skeletal dragon creature appears from behind him. Goblins playing at bodyguard, how delightful. Which one to kill first? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, he says as he points to each of them in turn. How about the female one? He says as the Draco moves toward the three trembling goblins. Just then, the elven girl they are protecting jumps in between. As she does, the Draco slams her aside with a huge bony arm and wing, tossing her into the river, where she lands with a crash and a splash. She sputters and gasps for help as the river starts carrying her downstream. Help! She screams. Two of the goblins get to work trying to get a long branch to save her with, while one lies on the ground staring up at the creature and the cloaked man, paralyzed with fear. Who are you? She stammers. The man smiles as he approaches her. Some call me Xenomancer, without ever daring to ask my name. You are the first to ever do so, he says with a cackle. My name is Zolgoth Alduin. Go now. Your friend will freeze to death. He says as he vanishes in a cloud of black smoke. The goblin stumbles to her feet as she bolts toward Evergreen City, screaming for help. Finally, she finds a younger Vincalmo Stormire, and he asks her, "What is the matter? What's wrong?" It's Viera. She fell in the river. My two friends are trying to save her. Please help, says the goblin as she takes his hand and starts dragging him into the woods. However, for all of his efforts and for all the efforts of the three goblins, when Viera is finally pulled from the river, she isn't breathing. The goblins and Vincalmo tried and tried again to do chest compressions and CPR, but much to everyone's dismay, she was gone. That night, as Vincalmo, along with the three goblins, were gathered in his house with his wife, Fenora, grieving the passing of his daughter, as Vincalmo steps out for a moment for hot cocoa. He notices a cloaked shadow in the courtyard in the back of his home. He steps out on the back porch. Who are you and what are you doing here? This is private property, calls to the shadow. But the shadow only leaves a note on the ground before escaping into the night. Vincalmo slowly but cautiously approaches the note. He picks it up and reads it. Within seconds, his mouth drops as his face turns to an expression of seething rage. A minute later, he marches back into the house, taking up a sword from a wall mount, and takes it to the living room where the goblins are gathered with his wife. You three pests killed my daughter, he screams as he angrily moves to attack them, but Fenora steps in his way, screaming for him to stop, only to have the sword plunged through her chest. His expression turns to shock as he realizes what he has done. As he looks up at the three goblins, they all get up and bolt from the house in terror. Outside in the courtyard, a cloaked man emerges from the shadows, listening to the cries of Vincalmo, as though they are sweet music upon his ears. And in one fell swoop, one guardian is dead, and a grieving father is set on the right path. That went better than I could have hoped, the man says to himself. Even if they do reincarnate, this delays their return for a little while longer, and with their delay, the traveler is delayed. So, back with Uldra and Sera and Willow. Vincalmo Stormire breaks down and he says, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just, gods, I've been such a fool. Viara would hate what I've become." He sighs as a tear falls from his eye. What do Cauldra or Willow say?
I thought.
Just
Oh, did. Oh, wait. Did Zolgoth? Oh, I thought Zolgoth and Cauldra were over there, or did Zolgoth leave?
We've officially gotten away.
Okay.
He's just assuming
Yeah.
I was able to get away between
Yes.
probably Coltra's health bar and my immunity to magic.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So what do you say to him? To Stormire?
We say.
It was
you
the-
wish to.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Why? Well, I would say, why did it? Was this like a flashback?
Yes,
You
it was a
said so
flashback.
we saw
it was a
it?
flashback.
No,
You didn't
yeah,
see
we
it.
did not see that.
Oh, okay. Oh shit.
Cauldra?
If you wish to make up for it, then we need to find the people that you've helped disappear.
I don't know. It might be possible. It might be possible to reverse it. Yeah, there could be a way.
Oh. Well then come on, let's get back to the others. And you can go over all of that, because we certainly do not have time to wallow.
He nods. Okay.
Willow nods and just like starts. Willow just starts limping. So like, come
And
on, Iggy, let's go.
do you need help, Willow?
I'll be fine.
I can carry you.
No, that's okay. I can manage.
The offer is open.
I think we lost Mikoto at some point.
We sure did.
Yeah.
Oh crap!
Seems she lost internet, maybe?
Oh, are you back?
Welcome back, Maritime.
My internet disconnected. Sorry.
No worries. It happens.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit robotically, but
Okay.
we can hear you. It happens. Okay. So Willow picks up her lizard, their lizard, and
Yes, they pick their lizard up.
and the puppet is on your head, Willow.
Oh, hello. Bye.
Hi.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Nobody ever sees me.
You can come if you want. Just chill on my head.
Why not? You're nice.
Where'd your friend go?
Grumpy somewhere.
Okay.
So So, Rasha and Aranel, along with Bastille.
Isn't Rat also here? Just
Rat's
for reference?
upstairs. Rat's upstairs.
He's
What is
vibing.
Rat doing?
Oh yeah.
I don't even.
What is
I-
Rat
I-
doing? Investigating more of Stormire's office? His actual
Yeah.
office?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trying to find as much stuff as he can to try to
Yeah.
figure out like what other stuff has he done essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's much.
So, Rasha and Aranel are downstairs, and Rasha asks her, so what was all that about upstairs? Were you really close with your cousin or something? And Rasha, Aranel says, glaring at Bastille, Karii was the best cousin anyone could ever ask for. She was sweet and caring. And then I tried to kill her. And it was stupid, says Aranel. And you get flashes of that moment, Bastille.
Then I think like he'd just immediately say like, however she tried to kill him, like that, what that method was.
Try to come at her with a greatsword, with her greatsword.
Great sword. Still wasn't mad at you.
She slumps down in a chair. It was just a really stupid fight. Rasha comes up and leans next to her. Tell me about her. Maybe it'll help. She was smart. She was so sweet. She cared deeply about both Sera and I. As Bastille is made perfectly clear. For a long time, the three of us were thick as thieves. She says, they used to call us the Three Musketeers. And you get a flashback of that. As she laughs. I mean, would she do all of that this robot said? Yeah, actually, it sounds like her. That's I miss her. She says as she starts to cry. And Raja puts their arms around her and tries to comfort her. And as they do, Aranel sobs. When Flora first told me that she was gone, I really didn't want to believe her. Sorry. She says she tries to force herself to stop. It's okay. Let it all out. I've never lost anyone that close before, so I really don't know how it feels. I take it you've only found out recently? Says Rasha. Aranel nods. I've not been in contact with anyone in the family for so many years. Seeing Sera and her wife here just a couple of weeks ago, it was the first I've seen or heard from anyone in the family in forever. So I'd never heard until now. And the thought of her spirit being trapped and not moving on, it hurts. I'm sorry, Bastille.
Not your fault.
And Rasha says, well, maybe she never really moved on because as she did in life, she wanted to check up on all of you. Maybe she's not so much trapped in Bastille here as maybe in there on purpose. Maybe she chose to inhabit his body. If that makes sense. Aranel looks at them, and after a moment of thinking it over, you may be right, she says. She laughs. Actually, it sounds like something she'd do. Then she pulls out an envelope and opens it. And inside there is a letter. And she reads it over and over. And as she does, her eyes go wide. I mean, why didn't I see it before? She says. Rasha takes a look at that letter. Oh, you got one of those too? Ariann looks at them in shock. Wait, you're saying you got one too? Rasha pulls an envelope out of their pocket and shows it to her. As Ariann looks at the front of the envelope, she notices something and checks the front of hers. How in the...
And then Bastille pulls what? No.
It wasn't Zolgoth. Zolgoth never sent these invitations. Right, and as she bolts up and starts running up the stairs, and Rasha takes up after her, and I assuming Bastille follows.
Yep.
And finally, they both arrive before Rat. And it's Ariann says breathlessly. Ariann and Rasha appear, get up here all breathless. And Rasha looks to Ariann. So, why are we running? Just for fun? Want to race downstairs? And Ariann ignores them as she shows you, Rat, both the envelopes. This is the letter I got inviting me here. And look, Rasha got the same one. But look, I can't believe I overlooked this. Look at when these are postmarked. As she says this, she shows you the envelopes. And you can see they're both postmarked in Debrial of 2739. 4 years ago.
Whoa.
Zolgoth didn't send these. It was Karii 4 years ago. I've got to find Sera. I have to see if Flores was the same way. This means Karii set all of this in motion, lured all of us here 4 years ago, before her death.
I don't know if this will work, but I'd like to try it.
Oh, you know what? I have the perfect archetype for this too.
What is it?
Is it possible to use automatic writing, also known as ghost writing, to potentially access Kairi and write whatever she was trying to convey or do?
Sure. When
there's
confronted with the unknown, you can receive knowledge beyond your own experience via written messages delivered by your own hand. You spend 10 minutes seated while holding a writing utensil, using it to make small circular motions as you open your mind to the forces beyond you, or maybe within you. You receive information as your hand writes on its own, guided by spirits. At the end of these 10 minutes, recall knowledge with any lore skill in which you are not trained, using your occultism modifier instead, and your modifier with that skill. The strain of the spirit channeling leaves you stupefied one for the next 10 minutes. In Graves' voice, you use your choice of spirit lore or haunt lore to make an impression or request things of incorporeal creatures. At my discretion, an incorporeal spirit might be willing to hear you out. So Rat, what is this about?
Oh, right, I don't know. Never mind. I forgot that I wasn't there when he was having the whole freak out with Kairi. Never mind.
You were there for part of it.
Yeah, So would it be possible for me to deduce that Kairi's in there? Because I don't want to say oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, you can deduce that Karii is inside Bastille.
Okay, well then after that, Rad is after looking through the papers, he has like these little professor glasses on that are extremely tiny. He's looking through papers. And he's like, "Oh, that reminds me. uh, I've been meaning to check on something with you, but still, you mind if I try to do a little something?" He just walks up to Bastille.
I think right now, as he like automatic writing is happening, he is fully zoned out.
Okay. Yeah, he is.
Since
So-
this lasts like 10 minutes.
So
He's gonna
what
knock
are
on
you
his-
doing with the automatic writing Bastille?
Well, so the thing I was gonna try and combine with it, if possible, since I do make a recall knowledge check at the end, is hypercognition.
You rapidly catalog and collate information relevant to your current situation. You can instantly use up to 6 recall knowledge actions as part of casting this spell. For these actions, you can't use any special abilities, reactions, or free actions that trigger when
Oh.
you recall knowledge.
Oh, okay, so I can't use special abilities. Never mind then on that one.
Okay.
But I do have. I know I've got general recall knowledge stuff as part of my thaumaturge archetype.
Yeah, esoteric knowledge.
I don't think that'll be needed here. I wasn't sure if I got any extra bonuses to it. Yeah, I gain a +1 circumstance bonus all skill checks to recall knowledge.
Okay.
As just part of being a thaumaturge initiate.
Alrighty.
So, cultism. Home.
So what exactly are you trying to get out of this?
Basically, he's trying to access whatever Kairie's intentions were with these letters to get written out the knowledge of like what she was trying to do, so that they can potentially skip the step of like trying to like piece it all together.
Okay.
Like, if he is the source, he might as well see if the source has info.
Okay.
He's trying to speed run the detective part.
Correct.
Okay. So, as you're going through this, Rat, Ariel points out the vernacular and it says that's how I know that this is how she wrote and talked all the time. She had a bit of a jovial way about her. Why would she set this in motion before her death 4 years ago? I have no idea.
Furious writing in the background.
Is the robot broken?
Nah. He just gets like this every once in a while. You get used to it once you hang out with us. Rat says what he's like ransacking the office.
So, but I suppose if there was something going on right here, right now that she knew about back then, this is totally something she would do. My only question is, why would she send one to you? She says to Rasha, did you know her in any way at all? Rasha thinks it over. I don't think so. But then again, I've met lots of people after I met Babul. I like meeting new people. It's so much fun. Ariann rolls her eyes. I think my cousin has someone you might like. I think her name is Koi. Oh, I've met her. She's so cool and fun. I like all the flowers she gives people. Ariann face palms. My new partner is crazy. Hey, you kissed me. Is how I remember it. I did. Now don't make me regret it. And so, but still, after 10 minutes, you're trying to access this knowledge of what the hell Kairi was doing when she set this in motion 4 years ago.
Yes.
And all it can really get here is it appears she knew parts of what Zolgoth had planned.
Okay.
She knew parts of what Zolgoth had planned, and she knew, and what seems to be it come out a lot in your automatic writing here is the Dreamlands.
Yeah, whenever he finishes writing, I do think, if you allow, the letter, whatever he writes, is in Kairi's handwriting.
Okay.
And, like, whatever, like, the exact patterns that they were just talking about in the letters that made her know it was Kairi.
Okay.
And he will just, like, once he finishes writing,
This is what I was able to obtain.
Okay, so you show all of that to Aranel, to Rasha, to Rat. If Rat can get his head out of all of Stormire's papers for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And Rat, you point out the Dreamlands part and how that connects to the Dream Crystal. The Dream Crystal that is right now where? Where did you put the Dream Crystal after you found it?
In my pocket.
So you put it's actually a very large crystal. It's about
Oh,
a
oh, that
foot
case.
long, about thereabouts, maybe a few feet long.
Then it's on my backpack.
Okay.
Like the best way I could describe it is like he put it in his backpack. Is like it's just sticking out of his backpack.
Okay. So you see that connection there. The Dreamlands, something to do. Something about Zolgoth's plan had something to do with the Dreamlands, and you now have a Dream Crystal sticking out of your backpack that Stormire had in his safe. And now we're going to flash over to Mikoto, along with Soma and Crystal, as you're all waiting around in the waiting room, as Elsa has now gone off to handle an election campaign thing, you're not sure what, leaving you alone. And the ghost star known as Daphne has been hanging around in the open, hovering next to Koi, hovering a little next to Mikoto. And Crystal sees this as she walks in and sits down across from them, across from you, and says, "You know, Kairine once told me about the Tribunal's last fight, when they traveled into the Sacred Nexus. She told me about how she helped connect Daphne with someone from her past life who helped her. She says, so you owe a lot to Kairine, don't you, Daphne?" The ghost star perks up and floats over to a newspaper sitting on a table nearby to you, Mikoto, and it starts rearranging the letters from the headline to form a single word, yes. And then rearranges them again, forming a few words, she is a good person. Crystal smiles. Yes, she is. She's almost like a second mother to me, she says as she laughs. Back when I was at the academy, she gave me a few too many chances. That's who she is. She's all about second chances, and third and fourth. And she laughs again. Then she looks at the ghost star. What if we had a way for you to get a second chance? What would you do with a second chance? The ghost star just floats there silently for a long moment before rearranging letters to form 3 words. I don't know. Crystal presses a little more. What kinds of goals and aspirations did you have in life as Daphne? The ghost star is again silent before answering. To see the world. And then again, to find love, get married. You want those things even now, don't you? Crystal says. She looks at Koi and Ira who are watching this. That's why you like to hang around these two. That's why you like to hang around with the hidden archives. And seem to be growing fond of Makoto there. The ghost star quickly answers, but I don't deserve a second chance. Then again, I was evil. Crystal shakes her head. No, you weren't. Not really. That's how Kairine and the Tribunal were able to help you, Daphne. There was a part of you still in there, locked deep inside Demios. You weren't really her, she was a separate part of you. But that wasn't you. The real you died the day she was born, and was buried deep inside of her. That you is here now, reincarnated as this form, and that is testament to that. You feel so much guilt for what she did, for all that she did, that you came back to make it right. But now Graven is back. What if we could give you a chance to fight him, to fight the rest of them if necessary, and right all of those wrongs? And then you can fulfill all of the dreams you had. Get a second chance to be who you really are. Not what Demios was, but as Daphne Norris. The real you. She says she leans over to look at her. I'm trying to say that we have a way. There is a way. You can get a second chance. Only now, with Demios, the evil part, banished for good. Leaving only the good part. The part of you that deserves a second chance, I believe. And the ghost star is silent for a long moment before it floats up and circles your head, Makoto, and floats in the direction of Kairine's room. And you get the sense that Daphne is thinking about what Crystal said. Makoto?
Yeah.
Do you tell Crystal that she's thinking?
Yeah. I think she's thinking about it.
That's all right. She should think it over. Think long and hard. It's a tough decision. A decision only she can make. Iris says, you really believe all of that? That she deserves a second chance? And Crystal nods. Everything that Demios did was terrible, yes. But as I said, that wasn't who Daphne really was. She was pushed there. Because she was bullied. Because it was never really accepted for who she really was. All for being mute, and that wasn't fair to her. She didn't ask to be mute, she was born that way. But those kids bullied her anyway. She says she looks at Ira. And as long as she has people around her, like you, myself, like Koi, like Makoto here, every one of us, who accept her and give her the friendship and respect that she was denied back then, the companionship she was denied, I believe she can make the most of a second chance and become who she was meant to be all along. How old would she be if resurrected? Asks Koi. Crystal thinks about it. She would come back as she was before Demios. So I believe she would be around 13 or 14. So someone would have to be her ward or even adopt her, she says. You should, says Koi. Crystal looks at her in surprise. Me? Raising you and Ira was one thing. You were just about adults already. But you're saying I should take on a child? And Iris says, yeah, why not? You were there for us when we had no one. You gave us a home, and if I'm being honest, says Ira as she looks at Makoto and back to Koi. You taught me how to trust and rely on people again, and not try to do everything myself. She laughs. I know I wasn't always exactly easy to get along with. Crystal laughs. No, you weren't. You were downright impossible at times. Should have seen her when she was 13 or so. She was a rebel, says Luna as she walks in. Luna is this red-haired woman and is Ira's mother. Never listened to a thing her father nor I ever said. If she listened to anyone, it was her father, at times. And Iris scoffs as she turns away. That's because you were never around. Luna ignores this and turns to Crystal. But I hear you might have help. You and that girl, Diana? She says with a smile. Crystal says, Koi, have you been spying on me again? Yep, says Koi as she gets up and Crystal it kisses Crystal atop her head. You look good together. Happy for you. Why do I keep doing that? So I would say that I may is probably with everyone trying to help with the ritual preparation, right?
Yeah. He doesn't know the freaks at Hidden Archives. He doesn't want to deal with them.
And as you're helping with the ritual preparation, and Diana is there too, her head suddenly starts hurting as pain is shooting through her head like a lightning bolt. And she sits down, her fist clutching the chair and the table. In the same time, you also feel the pain surging through your head, Aimee. And then at the same time, everything goes black for both you and for her. And after a moment, you see and feel yourself being in something else's body, looking through the eyes of something else, as it chases after a man just outside of town, one of the competitors in the Mystimon hunt. And then it catches up with him, and in moments you see the life force drained from his body as his skin dries up, an expression of sheer terror frozen in that man's face, as it collapses to the ground face first, a dried up husk. Then in an instant you're back, looking around where you were previously. And you notice that Diana had the same thing happen to her.
So, are we gonna discuss what happened, or are we just gonna pretend that never happened and then go on with our days?
I have no idea what that was. I was going to ask you the same thing. The only one who should have visions like that is Kairine. Why am I getting them? Or are you getting them? She's shaking her head.
I'm just a scholar. I just research runes and all that stuff, and now here I am getting these weird visions. Oh no.
Do you think it's whatever that thing was that came out of the blood tomb?
I hope not.
Am I
But that is a
connected to it somehow?
possibility.
Are you connected to it?
I don't know. I don't know how. I've only dabbled in rune research in the Eldritch, and
Tears fall from her eyes. What does this mean? There's another body out there now?
oh no.
Should we go and check?
As much as I prefer to stay here and have a nice, relaxing night with a nice, fine red wine cup, we should probably go out and check it out.
Yeah, I really don't want to, but I feel like we have to. I'm responsible for
see.
this. It's my thing. It's my fault this thing, whatever it is loose. Based on everything I
what?
can find in those notes. She says, she shakes her head and turns away, her voice cracking. Everything I have ever known about tombs like that is they were built to keep people out. They were constructed with traps and the like to keep out grave robbers. I'm starting to think that's not what the blood tomb is. I'm starting to think it was built to keep something in, rather, like a prison.
I see.
She turns to look at you. Along the outside of the blood tomb are all kinds of hieroglyphic runes. You like it. And she laughs. But every
Yeah,
translation I come up with is nonsense. I think they're incantations, magical runes like yours, enchantments, designed to keep something inside. But there's one word constantly repeated. Haglavin. I have no idea what it means. It's not a word I've ever heard of.
Seth, can I do a crafting check as I may to see if that's something to do with runes?
Go ahead. You are not sure. You've never heard this word before.
Forget story points.
That's a story point. Yeah, I'm story
Go for
pointing that. Better.
A lot better. So, what languages does IMA know?
Oh, he knows a lot. He has Almanan, Ancient Almana, Ancient Altaran, Ancient Quatrosian, Ancient Sarsian, Elven, and New Terran.
Okay. So, you know that it's definitely not Ancient Almanan. You know that it's definitely not Ancient Altaran. And it's definitely not Ancient Quartgan. And it's definitely not Ancient Sarushan. It is not a word you have ever heard before.
Okay, that is interesting. I mean, he's gonna think long and hard. He's gonna, I don't think I've heard any. I'm quite. I like to think I'm quite adept in my rune studies, but that's a rune that I've escaped me. That's interesting.
As you get up and go with Diana to search the forest just outside of town, you eventually find the dried up corpse. But when you do, Diana gasps as she turns away. But I may make me a perception check. I may, on a nearby tree, you find the word Haglavin carved into the trunk of the tree.
And it seems that the same word, Cleglovin? Cleglovin?
Hoglovin. Hoglovin.
Yeah, Cleglovin. I see. It seems that this word is carved here as well.
Deanna looks
Mm.
over at it and looks it over. Now, again. What do you think it means? It's no language I've ever heard of. I mean,
I am. Oh, sorry. Good.
in Old Tehranan, there are similar words. They're the basis for the words hag and heathen, but nothing like this. You know, as she looks over the word, Old Tehranan is itself a bit of a mystery, and we're not sure when it first came into use. We think it could have been sometime in the middle of the Second Age, but we're not entirely sure. I do know that when it came into use, it seemed to suddenly take root in all countries around the world at the same time, even disconnected ones. Maybe that's connected to all this? I don't know. All I know is I've checked every book in the library. I can't find a single reference to this word anywhere. That's why I started looking into the stuff about the Guardians. I was getting frustrated with this. She shakes her head and throws up her hands. I don't know how you guys do it. Investigating these mysteries, I legitimately, honestly don't. Not having any answers, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating, and I feel out of my depth out here, and that to me is disconcerting. It's an uncomfortable feeling.
I hate to break it to you, but I'm not part of the hidden archives. I just adventure with them because it seems like that's they are the closest to my field of research. I'm actually on here to try to broaden my knowledge on the Eldritch and the taboo and stuff like that. But as a researcher of Eldritch beings and ancient ones, I understand your annoyance of no answers. It's really is quite annoying.
I don't know. For as long as I can remember, I've had this drive, this need to find the answers to my questions, to have the answers. It's gratifying when I do find the answers. She turns to look at out over the city. But then, and when I don't, like lately, I don't know, I feel lost. Yes. And that for me is an uncomfortable feeling. I don't like feeling lost. I guess I need answers to my questions to know my direction, to know where I'm going. And if I don't, I feel lost. Like in a boat in the middle of the ocean without a compass, no direction. If that makes any sense whatsoever. As she turns back to you, then she turns solemn as she looks out at the woods. Do you think Crystal sees me? I mean, really sees me? And all of this is actually happening a few hours before that whole scene with Daphne, the ghost star, and everything.
Okay, interesting to know. Okay.
So this is happening around 11 or so p.m.
Okay.
And she says, "Do you think Crystal sees me? I mean, really sees me? Or do you think she's still angry with me?"
And then to hazard a guess, if she doesn't see you, then she wouldn't have asked you to help with preparations for the ritual. So I think she sees you slightly.
Tears start to flood her eyes. I never wanted to leave. I just need her to know that. I wanted to write back, to call back, but I was afraid. And every single second I spent apart from her, I ached. My heart ached. I love her. She says, she turns to look at you. I've always loved her. And she turns away again. I've not admitted that to anyone, even myself, in years. Crystal and I, we used to date a very long time ago, and I loved every second of it. And I would not trade that for anything. She smiles and looking back at you. But I broke it off with her after my mother saw us together. My mother pressured me to break it off, but I never wanted to. And she's starting to cry. You have to believe me, I thought I was doing the right thing, but it broke me to do it. It destroyed me. I thought someday I would get over her, but that day she walked into my office at the academy asking me for my help with something for the tribunal. All those feelings came flooding right back. And my mother knew. She knew I never stopped loving Crystal. And she gave me a letter on her deathbed apologizing to me for everything. Telling me to tell Crystal. And that she only ever wanted me to be happy. For so many years, I have wanted to do just that, but I was afraid. I was afraid that she would never take me back or give me another chance. I made a mistake when I broke up with her. It was the greatest mistake of my entire life, aside from all this, you know. She laughs awkwardly. That's why I never called or wrote back. Though I wanted to. God said I want to. I was just afraid. But I want to tell her now. I want to be honest with her now. Even if she doesn't take me back. Even if she never gives me another chance. And you hear Crystal say, "Good. How about you start right now?" As she steps out from behind a tree. You know, I was in the area looking for from the drone, actually. I haven't seen him, have you? And I couldn't help it over here. She looks at you. Have you seen Flame Drone around?
Yeah. So when Crystal like pops out, I mean, just like he tries to like unsheath his bastard swords, like, but he just gets caught. He was like, oh, it's you. It frightened me, but no, I have
Sorry.
not seen the Flame Drone. No, yeah, I've not seen Flame Drone at all.
Deanna stands there in shock. How much did you hear? She asks, stunned. Enough. You were afraid to call back or write back? You of all people? Afraid? Says Crystal. Deanna, you're the strongest woman I know. You're also the smartest woman I know. But sometimes you can be incredibly dense. Lost in your own world. And that's what I love about you. Just, what are you saying, Crystal? Says Deanna. That all you had to do was say something. All you ever had to do was tell me about your mother. I would have understood, Deanna. Says Crystal as she approaches her. And I never stopped loving you, Crystal. Says Deanna, tears falling from her eyes. I love you, I truly do. That never went away. And yet you let your mother get in the way of what you wanted. You let them send you away. You want to know what I want? What I want is for you to... What I want to say to you right now, B, says Crystal as she gets closer to her. I want you to do something that you want for a change. Stop listening to others and doing what others want you to do. Think about what you want. What I want is you, says Deanna as she comes right up to Crystal and kisses her. I want your impetuousness, your hot-headedness. I want all of you. And she kisses her some more. That's more like it, says Crystal with a smile as she kisses her back. Don't you ever let anyone tell you what to do again. Think about what you want, D. Because you and what you want, it matters. You matter. Any response from Ime?
He's kind of like, he's just like there. He's just like, oh, that's okay.
Now
then.
you're the third wheel.
Yeah, he's like, I'm glad that's everything seems to have worked out. And he's just gonna like awkwardly like clap. He's like, oh. He's like,
Crystal says, sorry.
no, it's okay. I was just. This is all so sudden. I just don't know what to say because I hardly know you two. We're basically strangers, so your stories are. It's just, yeah.
Crystal looks over at the body. So is that now the fourth one you found?
I believe so.
And why
Unless
is it
this.
you keep finding these bodies?
Oh, you haven't. Oh, we've neglected to tell you about this, but me and your. He's gonna look, Diane, and just like. In just like, I guess, friend, partner, situationship, whatever you guys are. We have shared visions about this creature, and it's frightening a little bit, honestly.
Snowy wants everyone to know that she runs the show.
Well, of course, that wasn't ever a question, Snowy.
She just wants everyone to know that.
That's just keeping your spot warm. You take over whenever.
Okay, Snowy. Why don't you go over here? Anyways. So, Crystal thinks about this for a second. You know, Stoma had shared visions with Kairine. You think that's something similar?
Maybe.
So, and she looks over at the tree. What does that word mean?
I was hoping you might have an idea. Me and Diane don't.
Diana.
No, Diana. My bad. And me and Diana, we tried to figure that out. I have no knowledge about that. And dependency, you don't either. That's worrying.
Yeah. I haven't heard of that word either. Well, I've got to head back over to the hospital. I guess I'll inform the Magi Guard of this body, and so they can come pick it up.
I have a question. Before we leave this area,
Yeah.
can I, as I may, like, do a perception check to, like, do, like, a quick, like, a glance around just to see if, like, there's anything, like, disturbed, like, grass or, like,
Absolutely,
branches that have
sure.
been
Go ahead.
snapped off?
Go for it.
I want to see if there's at least a hint of, like, where this thing left.
There is absolutely no disturbances on the ground. There's no tracks. Only the tracks of this person, whoever they were.
Okay. What is, like, the person? What are they ancestry-wise?
They are Fae. All you can make out is that they're Fae. Since their skin is completely dried and everything now, you can't tell from the color of skin
Yeah.
or anything
Yeah,
what heritage they were, but you can tell they're Fae.
yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm just imagining, like, essentially a Persian grape. I mean, person raisin, my bad. Not grape.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Could I investigate the body? Just a quick glance, or
Sure.
or do we have to go right away?
Go for it. Go for it.
I just want to see if there's any other things. I am not good at medicine, but you're gonna try. I have a +3 in medicine. Can I use perception? I'm just gonna like do a quick
Sure.
look around of the
Sure.
body.
Sure. 36. Yeah, you can't make out any sort of injuries or anything like that. You can't see any marks.
Oh, okay. So there's no bite marks. All this is just spiritual. Then that is scary. And that's just my theory. But yeah, after is done looking around, like he's like grabbing the body and he's like looking for like bite marks or like any like marks where something could like poke at the body and just absorb its essence. He's like, oh, okay, I think I've done a good enough job at investigating this area. It's quite worrying. This creature is quite the apex predator.
So, back at the hospital. And Makoto, where are you at the hospital?
I was in the reading room before.
Yeah. So, in Kairine's room, the ghost star is floating above Kairine's bed, looking down at her. And memories from her time as Demios flash through her mind. Memories she had blocked out. She remembers Kairine along with a Cowan named Niven, and several others, including a Saurus she thought was named Marzawa, looking right at her, saying something to her. And then she remembers something else. Flashes of a man dressed in black robes, giving her orders. And all of a sudden, a Penza is standing upright, wearing a red jacket, goes running through the waiting room where you are with Kawhi and Ira, saying, oh dear, I'm so late. I'm so very late. Oh dear. The Penza says as it bolts around the waiting room. It is like bouncing off the chairs. It bounces off your shoulder onto your other shoulder and then bounces off of you. And you can make me a society check, Makoto.
Not very high.
You know what? I'm going to give this one to you. I would say that as a shrine maiden, you've probably read read a lot of books. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you know what this character is. This is a fairy tale character named Jack the Penza. And Ira looks confused. Daphne's work again? She asks as she says this, suddenly Storax, Stork Mystimon, start flying through the room, sending nurses screaming and running. And what do you do? There's Stork Mystimon in the hospital, flying around, dropping babies everywhere.
What?
and Jack the Penza is running around saying, I'm late, I'm so very late.
Try to calm down the bird, Mystimon. Stop short. So they're not dropping babies on the floor.
You're not even trying to save the babies. That's really funny. It's like, Stark, stop! Stop!
And
Hold on. I was gonna say
and
Makoto,
Koi gets
there are
up
20
and starts running in the
pet.
direction of Kairine's room, saying, Daphne's in trouble, Daphne's in trouble, she says. What do you do, Makoto?
Are the storks calmed down? There's no babies on the floor.
They actually disappear as soon as they land on the floor.
Okay. I guess I run into the bedroom as well, or the exam room.
The flashes get darker and more disturbing as the ghost star struggles to block them out. She sees flashes of a large Mystimon with devil horns looking down at her. More flashes of the man in the black cloak. Then as Koi and Ira and you run into the room, you run straight into a grassy plain. There's no hospital room here anymore. It's now a grassy plain with the sky all bright blue with clouds and the sun, and with palm trees scattered about, looking on as a lich with draping robes floats toward a man in a black cloak. As they see this, Kwoi's eyes go wide. As you see this, Kwoi's eyes go wide, and she says, she says, the bad man, Zolgoth. Ira finishes for her. This is what you're going to do. You are going to meet with Sorn. He's a lovely chap, you'll be great friends. And you will present him with a deal. I have arranged for you to meet him in the Sacred Nexus. You will get there via a special route, here in these islands, in Peruma, I think. You must do this while Brazias has the woman's pets preoccupied in Atlantia. Otherwise, they will try to stop you, says the man in the black cloak. Ira whispers to Kwoi, so Daphne remembers Zolgoth as Demios? She says. So they had a secret plot going? Something the tribunal didn't know about? And it involved Sorn? Makoto, aren't you investigating something to do with Sorn right now?
I think so, with the acquaintances I met.
They're your colleagues now. You agreed to join the Hidden
Yeah.
Archives.
I haven't been given my badge yet.
Yep, but you still agreed. You still agreed.
Everything is connected. Everything is connected. And Zolgoth had this planned for years. The Ancient Ones will soon rise. Kairine's pets have no idea. My niece has no idea. There was a whole other reason for Brazias' presence at Atlantia. Now, I must go to Olympus. I have someone must meet about some dream crystals. Go now, Demios, says the man in the black cloak as he turns and walks away. Iris steps away from the room as the scene dissipates. Tell Daphne thank you. I think she just gave us all a big clue. Makoto, let's go find the other detectives. It all makes sense now.
Okay.
Iris says to Koi, you stay here with her. I'll tell Elsa to meet up with you. As she starts running down the hall, and I assume you're following her. And you almost crash into Crystal, who is just coming back into the hospital. Crystal! She says, gasping for air. Go! Kwoi's in Kairine's room now with Daphne. Daphne remembered something the detectives need to know about. It's all connected. Everything is connected. Zolgoth had this plan for years. Even the tribunal missed it. They missed everything. There was something else in Atlantia Brazias was after, and I think he got it. I slowed the undergrave down, Ira. What are you on about? She looks to you. What is this about? Do you respond, Makoto?
I explained that Daphne showed us or we were sucked into a vision or something, or Zorgoth was there, and Daphne showed us it. So we gotta find the rest of the detectives.
Iris says he's been 10 steps of everyone ahead of everyone for years. Even you, Crystal. He knew all along you were his niece. What are you seeing? Zolgoth was working with the Undead Kings. He was working with Demios. He sent Demios on a secret plot in the Sacred Nexus to meet with Sorn. And then he came to Olympus to meet someone about dream crystals. Like, those Valendrome things? He's been behind everything. This must be what Kairine meant. This is Zolgoth's endgame. I think he wants to merge the Dreamlands with the waking world to bring the Ancient Ones here. It's already started. How else could we have found a Zebon here in the in an alleyway? Mikado, you know that a Zebon is a Dream Mystimon. They should only be in the Dreamlands. And Crystal stops for a moment. She collapses against the wall, her eyes wide, staring off into space. He knew, at least before becoming this Mad Hatter. He knew. She looks up at you. Kairine said a while ago that she believes that he has dissociative identity, and that he's had multiple identities over the years. She once knew him as Florius, back when she was your age, Ira. Then the Tribunal knew him as the Xenomancer. And now we know him as this Mad Hatter persona by his true name, Zolgoth. What if this Xenomancer persona knew, but his current one didn't? Has Kairine woken up yet? She knows more about the psychology stuff than anyone. What if what if we haven't even seen his true, real identity yet? What if these personas that we've all been seeing are really just created to protect the real him? Orbit. Mikado, back at the tavern, you'll find some diaries in my room. They're diaries written by a man named Henry Corbett.
Okay.
And Iris says, why? What are a bunch of diaries going to tell us? I think Henry Corbett didn't actually plant a seed of evil in him. What he really did was he shattered Zolgoth's mind. He broke him. If we can get to the real him, which I believe is locked deep inside his mind, maybe we can get him to stop all of this. This Mad Hatter, this is not really him. Neither was the Xenomancer, nor the Florius persona before that. It's all connected to his Skulldoom. We need to know what Corbett actually did. Says Crystal as she gets up. And Iris stops as she starts to turn away. She stops and says, why would you want to? Don't you hate him for what he did to Magvor? Don't you want him dead for that? Crystal ponders her question for a moment. Then, I did, or I thought I did. But the more I think about it, and the more I learn about him, the less anger I feel toward him, and the more pity, rather, I feel for him. She says. She looks at you, and then to Ira. Zolgoth once loved someone. Someone who loved him, who cared for him. A girl named Kairis, who gifted him his skeleton, who's now his Skulldoom. He would do anything for it. He loves his Skulldoom just as much as he loved this girl, Kairis. It was Corbett that did this to him, that made him into this. I don't know why. Maybe it was some sick science experiment. Hey, look, watch how we can break a man's mind into 1,000 pieces. But No, I'm not angry at him. I forgive him. And I want to save him. And so, Makoto, you and Ira start heading off in the direction of the tavern. Or do you want to respond to anything Crystal said?
Wasn't the tavern burnt down? Or just damaged from the
No,
fire?
we saved
Just
it.
damaged.
It got damaged.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
Okay.
just
saved
damage.
it from burning down.
All right. I guess we're going to her room to get the diaries.
Yeah. Back at the tavern, upstairs, we zoom into Crystal's room. Through the keyhole, into the corner where her egg is nestled in a bunch of blankets and pillows. And for just a moment, the egg glows a bright red as it shakes slightly, and then we fade to black. And so we come back. We come back to Bastille, Coldra, Rat, Rasha, Ariann, and Willow, and Sera, as you all meet back up, along with Vincalmo Stormire. And Vincalmo, he sighs as a tear falls from his eyes. The Ara would hate what I've become. She would hate what I've become. It was the 24th of Ranu, 2739. The day my Viara died. She was so young, only 13. Young for a fae. She always loved to play with these goblins in the woods. They were friends. One day they were out playing by a river when she fell in. She drowned that day. He says his tears well up in his eyes. Ever since I blamed the goblins, I swore that they should all be exterminated. But in my grief, I made a dire mistake. I ignored the truth right in front of me. Her friends, the goblins, they tried everything they could to save her. One of them ran into the city to get help while the others tried to help her. The goblin who ran into the city, I ran into her at the tea shop just a couple of weeks ago. She tried to explain to me, but I just wouldn't hear it. Daisy, I think her name was. He says, I sent her to the Nightmare Realm. The same as I did to Lady Fiore. I am so sorry. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I can only hope they found each other and are helping each other.
Willow.
I have a.
Willow
go.
asked, what made you think that it was their fault?
I don't know. Some strange man left a note for me saying that they killed her.
Neat. By the way, Seth, so when Vincalmo said like, "Oh yeah, I sent Daisy to the Nightmare Realm," right? Just like, what is Vincalmo? Is he on his knees or is he?
Yeah,
still
he is
standing up?
he's on his knees, pleading with you.
Oh, okay.
He is completely distraught
Okay.
and completely remorseful.
Oh, okay. Rat just walks up to him. He pulls out his Goblin weapon. He just like flips it around. Like he does like a cool, like I wouldn't say cool, but essentially like he just looks at it and then he looks at him. Then he pulls out the picture that he stole from him. And he just like essentially like drops it down on his knee. He will say this, you know, this prejudice of yours probably got a couple of my kin killed, or even worse.
I'm
By
so
your
sorry.
logic, I should do what you have done. He looks at his sword, his dog slicer, but and he sheathes it. I'm not like you. I saved your life.
I understand that, and I'm so sorry.
Now look at that picture that I threw down at you. Remember that face? That
Every day of my life.
and you gotta do right by her. Ain't that right?
There might be a way to reverse it, to bring them back. The Valendrums is like a recording crystal. It remembers the Mistia signatures of the people it was used on. I have no idea how many it remembers, however, theoretically it might be possible. The original experiment that left a woman in a coma at the professor years ago, after he had been exiled and everything, he figured out a way to reverse it. If you can find his notes, it might tell you how he did it. I don't know where the notes are. You might try the library. That's where I found all the research on these things to begin with, in the restricted section.
Alrighty then. I guess we got our next job.
I will help you try to reverse it. I want to make amends for everything I've done.
I think, and now I don't condone what you did,
Now,
but I think
you say you
in
want
all
to.
your, I think after, you know, she died, I think anyone would have, you know, misplaced their grief onto the first thing they saw. That's what Willow says to them.
But you should know. He looks up at Rat and all of you. The people I was working with, they won't stop. They have dozens of Valendrons. I think they mean to send them out across the entire world. That journal has everything I know about them. They call themselves the Dreamers. A town in Rockshire, in Almana, Rockshire. You might be able to find out more there.
Willow suddenly remembers. This little guy on my head. He and his friend were looking for the Dark Ages. That's what Zolgoth was after.
I've
If I
never
remember
heard of that
correctly.
before. I've never heard of that before. Zolgoth, he is the one who presented me the offer. He promised that Soren would give me my daughter back if I did what he asked. He's the one who connected me to the Dreamers. My gods, what have I done?
Willow will look up at their head and as much as they can, and they'll say, "Why?" They'll say, "Why were you looking for that?" I don't know, but what is it? A book?
The Black Ages? No, that's not
Yeah.
a book.
What is it?
Nobody's actually really seen it.
Okay. Why were you looking for that?
Zolgoth
you
was
think
looking
they-
for it, but he wasn't.
Oh,
He just said that he has no idea what it is.
okay. Oh, no. Wait. That weren't they looking for an item?
I think what you mean is the puppet and the teddy bear.
Yeah,
They
the
were
puppet
looking
and
for
the teddy
help with
bear.
something that's going on in their poem
Yeah,
of
when
Celestion.
Yeah, Willow asked, and they said one of them said they were looking for like the Dark Ages,
Black Ages.
Black Ages. Yeah.
And they weren't actually looking for it. They were looking for help with something going on in Celestion. And he has absolutely no idea about any of that.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
so Willow basically just like accidentally brought these two bystanders into it.
Into
Yes.
a battle with this. That's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, random stranger. Want to go help me kill God? Oh. But yeah, okay. So, by the way,
Hey.
Vincalmo is still like on his knees, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then Brad's gonna like essentially try to help him up. Now, the best thing that you can do to help us up is get on your feet, give us all the information that you can, and try your best to help us out in this investigation of ours. You're one of ours now, buddy. Gonna like slap him on the back of the knee as hard as he can without hurting him.
That is completely fair. I'll do everything I can.
I had a question in regards to the letter you said you received.
Yes.
You have become familiar with the vernacular of Zolgoth. Thinking back to the letter, was it worded strangely?
Now that you mention it, yes.
There is your culprit.
What have I done?
He has been marionetting you this entire time.
So back at the hospital, Crystal comes into Kairine's room, where she finds Koi sitting alone in a chair next to Kairine's bed. Hovering next to Koi's head is the ghost star. She'll wake up soon, says Koi as Crystal comes in. Not going to ask how you know that. That's good, says Crystal. She nods to the ghost star. How is she? I heard something happened with her. Koi looks up at the ghost star. Daphne's fine. She remembered stuff, she says. And she made a decision. Crystal is stunned for a moment. Decision? About what? She asks. About your offer. For a second chance, says Koi. Crystal's eyes go wide. Okay. What is it? She says, unsure of what to expect. She wanted to answer. Go ahead, Daphne, says Koi, and a moment later the room fades into a field of grass and flowers. And standing there in Ghost Star's place is a young girl, about 13 years old with raven black hair and pale white skin. This is Daphne, as she was before. The young girl smiles slightly as she starts signing some words with her hands. Crystal looks confused. I don't understand sign language. Apologies, Daphne, she says. She says, thank you for everything that you have given me. You've given me a home. You've given me a chance to see the life that I missed out on because of my terrible choices. And you did it all despite it all. So thank you, says Kwoi, translating for her. I had no idea you knew sign language, Kwoi. I learn something new about you every day. You made terrible choices, that is true, but what those kids did to you was equally cruel. You didn't deserve any of what was done to you. You were alone and lonely and you just wanted friends. But you were bullied instead just for being mute. And what they did to you was cruel. Daphne nods and smiles as she signs more words. Kwoi translates. Thank you for understanding that, and thank you for your words. But it does not excuse what I did in response. It's not about what is done to you. It's about how you respond. And I made a terrible choice and did terrible things in response. This is what I have learned in my time observing you and your detectives. This is also true, says Crystal, as she takes a few steps forward. Zolgoth, he murdered a friend of mine, a dear friend, my familiar, and my partner, Magvor. And in my anger, I made some terrible choices myself, and it nearly got Kwoi and Ira killed. But now I don't feel any anger for him. I feel pity for him, and I choose to offer him what he denied Magvor, a chance at a better life. I want to save him. I just need to know how to break through his personas into the real him deep inside. Daphne nods and signs more words. And Kwoi translates. I knew you would understand. But now, I have spent so long observing Kwoi and Ira and their blossoming love, and the blossoming love between you and your friend. And it reminds me of my dreams of finding love. I would always dream of a princess bride wedding. I always dreamed of seeing the world, which I have done this alongside your detectives, this is true, but I never got to see it with my own eyes. So my decision is that I would like to accept your offer for a second chance, and I would like to remain by your side. Will you adopt me as your daughter? Crystal is taken aback. For a long time, I never even thought about having kids. But then I took in Kwoi and then Ira, and watching them both become these young women they've become, seeing them fall in love, it's been a wonder. I wonder if how I, of all people, could have possibly had any part in that. She thinks about it for a moment. Yeah, sure, I'll adopt you, of course. She laughs again. Deanna would probably have some words with me if I said anything else. And at that moment, Daphne smiles and runs up and embraces her in a hug. She smiles as she hugs her back. I think that was the right choice, Crystal, says a familiar voice. And Kwoi and Crystal look to see Kairine fully awake. I had my reservations about it all. I believe that spirits should pass on, but hearing everything just now and thinking it over, I have to say you were right, Crystal. And now with you as her guardian and her as her mother, I believe she'll have the best chance at making the most of this second chance. Yeah, you may well be right. Good to see you up, Kairine. I have some things to ask you. And then she looks down as she notices the grassy field is gone, and they're back in the hospital room, and yet Daphne is still here in this human form. Where's the ghost star? She can now take this form for a while. One of her illusionary powers. She'll have to go back to her ghost star form after a little while, though, says Kwoi. She only has enough energy for this form for about an hour or so. At least until you get her resurrected. We'll have to go to the Quartica Islands. says Crystal. She smiles at Daphne. I suppose I'll need to learn sign language. Quali won't always be around to translate. That's okay, I can teach you, says Quali. Won't that be a trip? What do you want to ask me, says Kairine, sitting up in the bed. How are you feeling, first of all? That disease, whatever it was that Avalice did to you, it nearly killed you. It could still kill you. I don't know if we even should be talking right now. So now I feel perfectly fine. For now. For that question really burning your mind, is it really possible that the real Zolgoth is buried deep within him? Hey, no mind reading, that's not fair, says Crystal. Daphne is snickering. Kairine laughs. I can't help it when you take so long getting to the point. When a person's mind splinters like his has, it may seem like they are beyond help, beyond saving. But it happens sometimes due to a traumatic event. Usually. For him, it's possible that event was the death of his true love. Her murder. His mind splintered into multiple different personas, and sometimes those personas splintered even further into more personas. And it all happened to protect him. To protect him from the ugly truth that his true love is dead. But Henry Corbett forced it even further by making him believe he had killed her. The fact that he is not in fact responsible is beside the point. The point is those two things together shattered his mind into 1,000 pieces. It's possible, yes, that the real Zolgoth, the one who remembers and still loves Kairos, is buried still deep within his mind. But by this point it is buried extremely deep. The only way to get to him would be with the help of a scion. And I'm afraid that's where I can no longer help you. But you're the best scion there is. If anyone can, it's you. Crystal, you've been telling me for a long time I should conserve my energy and use my power sparingly. For fear it could worsen my condition. You know why I can no longer help you. But you're not without hope. I sense a scion nearby who has not realized their true potential. And I have already sent word to the one you found in Southern Almana. She should be on her way here shortly. Zolgoth's endgame is at hand. He brought all 10 Dragon Lords to Olympus. He used dream crystals. He interceded his way into politics. Think about it, Crystal. He did all of this, but why would he choose Olympus to do it? And Crystal thinks about Kairine's words for a moment. Then she backs away. And she looks down at Daphne. I need you to go back to your Ghost Star form. And go warn the hidden archives. She turns to Koi. With me. To the roof. Now. She starts running down the hall as Daphne transforms back into her Ghost Star form and bolts down the hallway in the opposite direction. Roy following closely behind Crystal. And when they make it to the roof, Roy asks, what's going on? He needed to choose Olympus for a very special reason. What he's doing wouldn't work anywhere else. It had to be Olympus. Because he's going to do what Morpheus tried and failed to do. Says Crystal as she looks around frantically. She clicks on her comstone. Rune, prepare the defenses around the ranch now. An attack is coming. I repeat, an attack is coming. Why would he attack the ranch if he's focused here? The ranch is plan B. Zolgoth has always been 10 steps ahead of us. by making us think he didn't have a plan when he really did. He fooled everyone. And a man that smart is not going to not have a backup plan. I think he just recently learned how special the range is. She says as she spots it. And just as we're finishing preparing for the ritual, I was just coming here to get you, Koi, because they're ready to cast the ritual now. All Gaius now. Koi does as she asks and summons Gaius, who arrives and perches on the edge of the roof. What will you do? She says as she gets on Gaius's back. I need to get reinforcements. Tell the hidden archives Krosan is coming. Zolgoth's endgame is at hand right now. Go, now. Gaius kicks off and starts flying off in the direction of the tavern. And Crystal rings up her comstone again. This time, it's answered by the Games Commissioner. Brenovan, the time I warned you about that I told you was coming, it's here. Krosan is on its way. The city is about to become ground zero for a whole new cataclysm. Braven is probably on his way too with his army, she says. Brenovan groans. Are you calling me to gloat then? To tell me how right you were? And how we should have listened to you? He says, not today. But that'll be soon, trust me. For now, she turns around. She turns around so that he could see the scene behind her as Flimdrone, Galaclone, Freslor, Waveform, Electron, Cyclone, Cyvars, and Holoclone are all flying in formation over the forest, waiting for Krosan. I need you to put the call out to all the competitors in the championship games that we need their help in defending this city. Zolgoth wants a fight. Let's give him one. Now how's that for uniting the world? Brenovan looks at her for a long moment. For once, Crystal Dawn, we're in full agreement. Let us join forces and defend Evergreen City and all of Olympus from all who would dare interrupt these games, he says. Where will you go? I need to see Zolgoth alone. I need to see if I can stop all of this. She says she starts walking down the stairs. He looks worried. If he's as dangerous as you say, isn't that a bit foolish? To meet with a madman alone? Maybe. I might be totally out of my mind, but I have to try. I believe there's still some shred of good inside of him, buried deep in his mind. Plus, this madman is my uncle. If it goes bad, the hidden archives will back me up. Hey, be sure to tell everyone. Krosan is the enemy, and all of the Dragon Lords are here to help. Try to keep the fight in the forest away from the city as much as possible. So, wait, guys, I forgot my death flag. What is that about?
That's for Crystal.
So, Daphne the Ghost Star has met up with all of you, and Bikoto, you meet up with Koi as you now make it to the tavern. And Lorena and Soma have been here at the tavern, trying to get ready for the ritual. And all of you, Bastille, Cauldra, Rat, etc., where did you go?
We were talking to the guy to see if he had any info regarding how they could save the dream people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And he said there might be information in the professor's notes at the library in the restricted section. The restricted section.
Well,
Okay.
you've got Paul within the city. Can you get us there?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Then
What time is it currently?
It is currently 2:55 a.m.
unless you can get us in tonight, that might be a plan for tomorrow.
Hold on. And he digs
Unless
through
you
his
can waive
pockets.
breaking and entering.
He digs through his pockets and he pulls out a key.
I'll take that. Thank you very much. Yoink.
Well, he should probably come with us either way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just that, just in case our good pal over here gets cold feet and wants to run away to his big friend Zolgoth.
Considering Zolgoth tried to stab him, I doubt that is going to happen.
Can't be a little too safe. That and plus, I have to be a bit of a jerk to this guy after all. After what he's done to me and my kin.
Fair enough.
Yep, fair enough. So, you're heading off to the library.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Heading to the library in the middle of the night.
I guess. Well, actually, Willow's going to rest.
Ah, come on, Willow. You don't need sleep. We need knowledge.
Willow
No, wait.
looks at you, and they're just thinking. Willow looks at you. They're just thinking. Yeah, you've tried getting hit by Zolgoth, and then you tell me that you don't need rest.
You are welcome to stay and get rest. You took quite a blow.
Well, it just takes Iggy through this. Let's go get some rest, Iggy.
Oh, I was hoping that was sleep. Other new sleep, I need answers.
Yeah.
No.
You need answers.
Yeah,
You need answers, just like Diana.
It's so funny how because I'm assuming there's no visual indicator because Harm is all spiritual, so on the outside Willow looks fine, but on the inside, oh, there's goes my life energy.
It did cold damage, so Will's got frostbite right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it is very visual.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, Willow? Now that I look at you, why do you have ice on your fur?
It's freezing. Oh, well, it was really cold. No one else was cold.
Why don't you bring a coat? Here, I think I
bring my own coat, but
Willow, you should lay down before your arm snaps off.
yeah.
Maybe
Perhaps
Makoto can heal you.
Yeah, maybe.
someone like Makoto or Soma look at you.
Or you can go where Kairine is. She's at a hospital. So.
Or you can do what I do and drink away my pain and pretend it doesn't exist.
Oh, that's a good option. I'll keep that in mind.
Hey, it works really well. That's how I haven't lost my mind yet.
Are you sure about that?
I was going to say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a severe alcoholic.
He means all the therapy sessions.
Yeah, but that's about my fear, not about my alcoholism.
I think you might need help with that too.
Nah, I can quit whenever I want until the voices stop and I stop seeing this yellow guy.
I'm still gonna keep an eye on you.
Do you know how crazy you sound?
Now I'm perfectly fine. I mean, what other goblins do you know that don't have voices in their heads?
Well,
I
Well,
can count on about 2 hands.
I'll dismiss as you go rest for a while. Like, you go rest for a while, Iggy.
Okay, so Willow dismisses Iggy.
Yeah.
And does Willow want to go back to the tavern then?
Well, going back to the tavern. Yeah, the rest.
Willow's going back to the tavern. What
Back
is
to the
everyone else
tavern.
doing then?
To
We're
the
gonna go to the
library.
library.
Everyone
I don't
else is
need
going to
sleep.
the
I need
library.
answers.
Everyone else is going to the
Are-
library.
Are we dragging Makoto along, or does she need her sleeve?
Makoto went to the tavern to get
In
Henry
diaries.
Corbett's diaries.
And possibly this egg that's probably hatching.
Who
There you go. This
knows?
is the perfect thing. This is what I imagine Willow has.
Okay. Okay, enough with all the memes.
Yeah, time to get serious.
We get serious?
Mm.
No one told me.
So, Makoto, you make it to the tavern. You find Kawhi there. And so you head up the stairs to Crystal's room to look for Henry Corbett's diaries. When you get into her room, could you make me a perception check?
It says there's no active encounter. What does that mean?
You're looking at initiative. Look a little bit further up.
Oh, the next one.
Okay. 39. So, you are looking around Crystal's room. You can see the egg nestled in the corner in some blankets and pillows. And it just looks like a normal a light blue egg with red spots. Nothing seems to be happening with it. At least not right now. I have a cat who's trying to play with things. All kinds of things.
As they should.
But not my feet and my hands.
No, everything is theirs.
So, you look around the room, and you see that this room is a complete and total disaster. There are books everywhere, there's papers everywhere. Like, Crystal seems to be the most disorganized person you have ever met.
So it's gonna take a while.
Yeah. It might take a while. A very long while. So, Kawhi pokes her head and, would you like some help?
Sure, she's very messy, so it might take a while to find this diaries that she was mentioning.
Oh yeah. She's a very, very, very messy person. So that's why I summon flowers all the time to make her room look prettier.
Well, it doesn't help with the organization of all these papers scattered all over the floor.
Why not?
Because flowers would just grow on them or around them.
But it makes them prettier.
I guess. Let's start by trying to sort through these papers.
This is kawaii for you. And back with you guys, Basil, Cauldra, and everyone, a ghost star comes floating up to you and transforms into a young girl with raven black hair who is signing some words frantically. She's using sign language and signing these words frantically. Does anyone know sign language?
I don't know if this counts. So this is up to your interpretation, Seth.
Up to my
Because-
interpretation. Graves' voice. You use your choice of spirit lore or haunt lore to make an impression or request things of incorporeal creatures.
Yeah, like I said, this is up to you. If I can use my lore to try to understand what she means.
In this
Like I said-
case, while I may have people emailing me and messaging me about this, please don't at me, and please don't send me friend requests. It's very annoying. I'm going to let you go ahead with it.
Oh, okay. I was expecting. Okay. All right, then. I'm gonna roll my lore, and hopefully it works. I'm gonna be rolling my spirit lore. I'm going.
Story
I'm
point.
sad.
Story point. You have a story point, yes. You can make out some of the words. You can make out some of the words. And the words that you can make out is Zolgoth, Endgame, and you think something about a war.
Guys, I think Zolgoth has started a war. According to this ghost star over here.
Ghost Star, would you?
Or sorry, no, not Cultra. Bastille.
Ghost Star, would you like to possess me and write what you are trying to say?
You want to use automatic writing.
I mean, in this case, I'll just let it possess me. I
Okay.
can. Bastille's not as worried because he has stuff to get out of possession if needed.
Okay.
No. You're not gonna feed. You're not gonna feed Bastille more spirits. No, stop that. Stop that. No, stop. He's like jumping up and down, like trying to get Daphne not to like go inside Bastille. Like, no, stop it. That.
It is fine. I can easily remove the possession if needed.
It's not that. I was just worried that like, what if she goes inside of you and she can't leave? What if you just absorb her as well?
The spirits that have been with me since I woke up have been always around. I have never gained new ones.
I mean, well, I think that's just because you haven't been. Yeah, okay. You know what? let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
in
I'm
this
actually
case,
curious.
I'm going to let you use automatic writing.
Okay.
So, with
Fair
automatic
enough.
writing, she says through you that Zolgoth's endgame has started. Cataclysm, and the word cataclysm is repeated a few times. And there's a reason why it has to be here in Olympus. It's something about there's a reason why here. But Daphne doesn't seem to know what that reason is. Why it has to be here in Olympus. Why Zolgoth planned all of this to happen here.
Huh. Well, at least I was half right.
Half right about what?
About my translation. But yeah, that is interesting now. So, should we continue on our trip to the library, or should we go to where we have to go? He's gonna look up to Bastille and Coldra.
Bastille
Perhaps.
Cauldra? Go ahead.
Perhaps most of us go while the fastest of us try and get whatever records are there and then reconvene.
Okay, the fastest of you would be
Fasto.
Bastille.
He can fly over with Umbra wings and carry our governor, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot you're a big. I forgot you're one tall fella. Got a little.
I
a
was
little short.
thinking of another word, but yeah.
Well, and once Bastille gets there and gets what they need, Bastille is teleport. So if they really need to get back real fast, easily done.
Okay.
I will go. You guys return. Let
Hey.
us know if we should return faster, and I will teleport us.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mikoto, as you are looking around Crystal's room with Kwoi's help, and Kwoi keeps holding things up and saying, "Is this it? Is this it? Is this it?" And you keep saying, "No, that's not it." She's helping in her own way. And finally, she holds up this big box of what looks like small books, and she says, "Is this it?" And you take a look at these small books, and you think that actually may be it. Makoto?
Yep. So I look in the box and I take out a book and I start reading it to make sure that it's the diaries we're looking for.
Yeah, you think this is it. They're all actually labeled on the spine. The Diary of Henry Corbett, volume, and they're all numbered.
Yeah, this is it, Koi.
Yay! And it conjures flowers all over the room. Now to make the room look prettier.
Where are we taking these back to the hospital, or?
I don't know.
And is it okay for that egg to be left alone?
It's fine.
Are you sure no one's gonna steal it?
It's fine. It'll hatch when it's ready.
Okay.
I think it'll be ready soon.
Well, then should we take it with us?
Nope.
No, it's just gonna hatch on its own right here, all by itself.
It'll come to Crystal when she's ready.
Okay. Well, then let's take the box and go find everyone else.
Okay. And as you exit the room, you actually run into this shadowy creature, this shadowy cloaked creature with azure colored eyes. And Koi says, Darkwar, you're up. And Darkwar says, I sense something. I sense something. I think there are holes in the city. Holes in the veil.
Not good.
Very not good. And we flash over to Rat and everyone who's on as you're on your way back to the tavern, and you suddenly start seeing Zebans and other creatures running through the city.
Hey, wait
Creatures that you can identify as being Dream and Nightmare Mystimon. You see these weasel creatures that you think are Sheenas that come from the Nightmare Realm. You see more Zebans, and they're just running all over the place. What do you do?
Aim them.
I have I was gonna say I have a stupid question. Can I try to like imprint a Sheena?
I'm so glad
rare.
we had the exact same thought.
I'll say they're
You
rare.
want to imprint a Chinas. You want to imprint a Chinas.
They're rare.
This might
They're
be our
rare,
only
not
chance to imprint some Dream and Nightmare Mystimon.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Well, you're supposed to be casting a ritual to go to the Dreamlands. So.
Didn't Rat already imprint run?
I have a Zebon.
Yeah.
I have like a Sheena is like a weasel thing.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we can deal with all that next time on Mystimon Saga Hidden Archives, to be continued. If you enjoyed today's show, how about you do us a favor and drop us a like and a comment, maybe consider subscribing. We would also love for you to join our community of both Pathfinder 2e lovers and Mystimon Saga fans on our Discord, and you can catch our next episode live in 2 weeks on Thursday, or catch us on our podcast whenever the heck I get that edited. Thank you, and we will see you next time as we continue with Zolgoth's Endgame.
Yippee!
Just remember, if you don't subscribe and you watch, Zolgoth will find you.
and then he will be your best friend forever.
Sure. And all being a friend of Zolgoth entails.
Yeah, you guys saw what happened to Vincalmo and Willow. He treats his friends really nicely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
It has been a fun session, though. I really like all of, the reveals in the story, though.
Yes.
I felt sick.
Seth, how many
Yes.
times are you going to romance yourself? Like, since I've been here alone, it's been like 4. So
I'm
I
not
feel
sure
like
about-
at some point I've got to ask.
Well, Koi and Ira's romance started before you came in,
Okay.
and Kyokun and Grizian's their romance started before you came in as well.
Sure,
Yeah,
it started,
we
but
don't
like
kink
4
shame here.
confessions have happened since I joined.
No,
I'm not shaming,
No
I'm just like,
shaming.
damn.
Listen, bro, do you want me to break that
no.
streak? I got you, homeboy.
What does breaking that streak mean?
We
I
all
don't know.
support. We all support queers here.
Certainly do. Don't
Yeah,
get
we-
me wrong. I've got no problem with queer. I'm just like, damn, there's so many confessions.
Yeah.
There's so
So what does that streak entail, Rat? Or I may?
oh, just making a stupid joke. I don't know. I was like, I'll fix that.
Is there an
Next
NPC
roll.
you have an interest in?
Probably.
Romance the Yellow King.
No, man. I aim higher. Come here, Zolgoth. Your lips look kissable, brother.
I don't think Zolgoth's higher than the King in Yellow.
Dude, just imagine, dude. It'll boost up sales, dude. You know how crazy people love fucking enemies to lovers.
Yeah, and the King in Yellow's in your head. Prime real estate for a Venom story.
Yeah.
Dang, what would Deirdre do if she saw Willow was hurt? I wonder what she would do.
I have no freaking
How
clue.
she would react.
Willow getting absolutely smited.
Yeah.
Dude, that was really funny. Dude,
Oh my god.
I realized it after I was
Yeah.
like, oh no, he can't target me with the spell.
Yeah.
And whoever it's gonna target instead's gonna get crit.
Like,
But I gotta tell him.
yeah.
yes.
Yep.
And thankfully,
And
Willow has just enough hit points.
yeah. Luckily,
Don't-
if another hit came towards your way, just because you can't target him doesn't mean I can't, then go and protect.
Yeah.
But I knew I was going to try and hang back to stall,
Yes.
so.
Dude, the fact that it was
I
like a
figure.
3v1, and you guys still managed to get your
No.
shit kicked in,
Yes.
that was scary.
I was like, damn, almost got one shot by Zolgoth.
By the way, guys,
Yeah.
like serious discussion here. If Zolgoth does get redeemed, are we gonna
Yeah.
instantly kill him right on the spot? But like, no. It's like, no, you die.
It's up to
Why?
you.
There's no redemption. Oh yeah, no, I'm just
Um,
discussing it right now with
no.
my teammates.
No, depends what happened in game.
Because I think because with how often Bastille has been like Zolgoth spotted, annihilate. It's been really
No,
I'm
we
just ready for that.
we
You're like,
should
don't
give
worry,
him a
guys,
chance.
I'm good now.
If we
I'm
save
a
him,
hero.
if he
Annihilate.
gets saved, he deserves a chance to explain himself.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just in my head. He's just like, don't worry, guys, I'm a good guy. Hello, purple.
Oh no.
Kills him.
What does Maritime think?
Yeah.
I don't know much about him, but if he's a bad guy, he has to pay for his crime. So just because
Well-
you suddenly
He has
turned
to be
good doesn't mean you
redeemed.
don't deserve to go to jail.
Yeah.
It's been a while since it come up, but do we know if the tablet he was looking for that he was not able to retrieve
But
is
I don't
needed
think-
for any of the stuff he's doing?
I don't think we
You're
know.
not sure. You're not
in
sure.
I think in game we don't know. I guess
'Cause
about
that's-
that he's could be redeemed. I think we don't know that in game, right?
Yeah, I was talking about there's a object that we went for looking for a while ago in some like ruins, in which
Yeah.
everyone but Bastille believes weren't there. Bastille secretly has had them the entire time.
Man, wow.
So that's why I was curious if we had any knowledge on that, or if it's come up at all, because I can't recall it coming up, but like,
Yeah, you're not
he's
sure.
just kind of sitting on
Dude.
that nugget, like, nobody must
Dude.
know. Nobody
if-
must know.
What if that has been the key to solve a past case? It's like, dang, man, we need
Oh,
a
yeah?
clue. And you've had the clue this
Alright,
entire
guys.
time. You're just like, oh, hey. Hi.
I can't really, like, remember the ruins being linked to really anything else.
It was linked to the
Um,
Guardians.
That'd be
Yeah, but
You know what's funny? I forgot to press stop on the recording.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh well, I could turn this into an after session discussion or something.
Yes.
More content.
More content.
One
Yeah,
thing
you're
I'm
not
looking
you're
for-
not entirely sure if that tablet has anything to do with what Zolgoth is doing now. That is certainly something that you could look into. You
We
could
have
look
all
into
those-
that and look into how that might relate to what he's doing here in Olympus, how it relates to ripping a hole in the veil.
Don't we have all those tomos?
About what?
Those books, the tomos.
Tomes?
I don't know what you're saying.
There's
There.
Mythos tomes.
Yeah, the mythos tomes.
Oh, tomes.
Yeah, we have all those mythos. Don't you have the mythos tome?
There are
I don't know.
a few Mythos tomes back at the ranch, and there's one that you have with you. I'm not sure where someone put it.
Do we know
someone
where-
might have it in her backpack.
Do we know, like, I guess, if that's connected to, like, Zolgoth, or if that's something different?
You're not sure. That's something else you can look into. Let's see.
I just
I-
realized there's a lot of stuff that we have in our inventory, but we just doing a classic tabletop RPG thing. I'm never looking at our inventory.
Oh.
I checked my inventory. I've known about the tablet. Again, Bastille just doesn't bring it up because he doesn't want any, like, Zolgoth to have any reason to believe he's got it. So he's kind of feigned the whole ignorance of, like,
You don't,
oh, well, we're done with that.
I mean,
Okay.
fair enough, but it's like, damn, bro, you don't trust your friends?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't
That's-
see it in Soma's inventory. She might have it stashed away at her room in the tavern.
It's less trusting friends and more like the
Well,
less he doesn't know what all weird abilities Zolgoth has, so the less chance of like anyone even actively ever thinking about it to where he could mind read them, the better.
I see.
You're not sure if he has mind reading. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, you
So,
know that he can astral project.
Yeah, so he's
I
just
thought-
kind of, and yeah, like he doesn't know like invisibility, things like that. So like it's just really a thing that he never plans to mention ever again. if he can help it until there's a point where it's needed.
Wallace is trained in mythos, but Willow doesn't really want to go insane.
They're like, oh, listen
I
to me.
think
It's
the more
fun.
you're trained in it, like, the more you go insane, right?
No, it's fun.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if they tried to read the book, then there's a chance that they could go insane, I think.
Like,
Yes.
you're already
there
training
is.
it, so that means you're a little crazy.
And it's
Well, the
like,
funniest part is I think Zolgoth does think we have it, but he doesn't know Bastille has it. Because that's the thing that he, like, actively was like, hey, Bastille, if you bring me this, I can give you more info and more memories of your thing. And Bastille's just like, probably not, bro, while actively having it on him.
No, he was. He asked Bastille if you bring him this pyramid, this little black pyramid that was buried somewhere on the ranch by Frost. He said if you bring him that.
Okay, that's the other thing. The Idora stuff.
Conversation with Zolgoth. I wanted to talk with the big, and I'm just joking. I'm glad because I'm scared.
Hey, you've got a guy in your head you talk to all the time that we don't get to talk to.
Yeah, I know, right? I was saying, Zolgoth talked to me. He's just like, oh shit, what the fuck? Damn, someone crazier than me? Damn, alright, fuck, I'm out.
I'm still waiting for Rat to, like, turn on us. Because, I don't know, I feel like it's gonna happen.
It might happen. It might happen. I don't know. That's something Shadow and I never discussed. I don't think we've really discussed that or any part of it.
I think I've said like, hey man, you just give me the go ahead, I will do. Essentially, like Rat is a sleeper agent for Hastor.
Okay.
If Hastor says like, hey man, kill my child. All right.
Well, there might. Maybe we might discuss that in the future. Maybe that might happen in the future. We don't know.
I was wondering about whatever happened to Restore.
Hastor, bro.
I don't know. I feel like he just like disappeared and never got brought up again.
Well, remember,
this North Star thing was a card that was given to Soma.
And remember, with your ability and people's spells now, we've been able to reduce the unnerved. So he's not constantly seeing visions like he was.
Is Hastor separate from Zolgoth?
Yes.
Yeah. Hastor is a ancient one.
Yeah. The King in Yellow / Hastur is like ancient / eldritch entity.
Yeah.
Like Cthulhu.
Yeah.
I fucked up by saying like, oh hey, I'm his right hand man. I'll do his bidding. What do you mean my actions have consequences?
Yes.
I believe specifically, and so this is why we always refer to him as the King in Yellow in game. The name Hastur gives him more power. If I remember my King in Yellow lore correctly, it's been a while. And so that's why he's referred to as the King in Yellow, because no one's going to be like, yeah, Hastur, this and that, because that just makes him stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why Rat just calls him
I thought we all
guy.
forgot about him.
No, Rat just does not bring it up.
So it's like, what happened to him?
Rat does not bring it up at all. Like, you ask him, like, oh, hey, Hastur, who the hell is that? Oh.
Yes, I want to talk about him. If you can help it, especially don't name drop him.
Yeah, no, literally, that's why he's been, like, avoiding any talks. He's like, hey, so... That's like whenever him and Makoto go on a therapy session, he's like, yeah, so I just got really scared. I'm just really scared, and I see somebody. But don't worry, it's nobody special.
So, Makoto, how do you feel about how you've apparently become the party therapist?
I need to start charging a therapy fee.
Absolutely.
To be fair, I do think Willis also taken up that role with having the action to get rid of such.
I do. Willow can help. Willow can help Makoto with the therapy.
Yeah, but I just think it's
The
so
therapy
funny how
duo.
I just think it's so funny how like during therapy it's just like, yeah, so it's just like, and it just becomes like, okay, that's enough talking now. No! Oh no, I'm crazy.
Bastel might need to schedule separate therapy sessions for each ghost inside of him. Thank you.
You know what? I do want to say something
And
though.
what's absolutely ironic is I do actually have a character that I plan to introduce later on who is actually a therapist. In fact, I already foreshadowed it. You remember?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you mentioned him.
Oh yeah, you did. It's just that it's just on our. It's just like I think it's just awful to like introduce this person, and it's like, yeah, with all the crazy shit we've seen, it's like, yeah, actually, I'm the king. Actually, I see something. Yeah, I'd rather let magic get rid of that shit rather than talking
and
to
with all the
somebody.
crazy shit that you have seen, this therapist, who will remain nameless for now, could probably write a book on just Rat alone.
Dude, like they could probably go crazy too.
No, they'll probably just write a book on you.
That requires a lot of things signed as far as HIPAA goes. If there's anything like that.
One thing I will say, like Seth, like how. So the whole reason this whole thing is happening is because of the tribunal, right? The tribunal fucked up on something. What did they fuck up on? Can you share that without spoiling, or is it just, will it spoil like the entire plot line?
It may spoil some things, so let's just.
Okay.
Let's just yeah. You're going to have to figure that out as you go along here.
Do we know why the branch is special?
But yes, the tribunal did fuck up something. They actually fucked up a few things.
Oh yeah.
We know the ranch is on a ley line. There might be other reasons, but that's one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, tribunal. I don't know if you're here or if you're listening. I just want you guys to know that thank you very much, guys. You're the best players ever. Wow, you guys are cool. You're leaving us to clean up your mess. Yippee.
Yeah, I mean, this whole plot line with Zolgoth is a plot line that is about 10, 11 seasons in the making.
Dang, what?
Zolgoth as a character was introduced way back in, like, I think it was season 2.
Yay.
And that was where it first appeared to the tribunal as this black cloaked man. And that was where they just came up with the idea that, oh, we're going to spend some action dice. He is now a villain because we like this villain. And he is going to be the Xenomancer.
Oh my gosh. The Xenomancer.
And you're telling me that
this sounds cool.
Go ahead.
And so,
I don't know. Xenomancer sounds cool, whatever that is.
They came up with that word because he was a necromancer who was xenophobic and racist.
Damn! Wow. I take that back. I take that back.
Awful.
Oh my god.
So funny at the same time.
And that's why I've now written into the storyline that Zolgoth is irritated that the tribunal called him that without ever asking his name.
Wow.
That's funny. I like how the tribunal's like, we like this silly little guy. Let's make him a main character. And now here we are.
in season
Seasons
12.
later.
In season
Here we are.
12.
Dealing with their fucking mistakes. It's like, yippee, thank you, Tribunal. You guys are the best. Dude, how many dude, with that, how many times we have we have okay, so I'm gonna get into a bit of a tangent. Okay, but like with how many times you have said like, oh yeah, the Tribunal were here, but they lost with Sera or like the assassin chick or whatever.
Yeah.
Arena, yeah.
Yeah,
Arena.
with
Ariann.
Aerodel,
Like,
yeah.
and I was like, oh yeah, they're gonna, yeah, the Tribunal was chasing me down, but I lost them because they were stupid. It's like, oh, okay, cool. And then now I find now that the reason that Zolkov isn't around is because the Tribunal is like, yippee, yeah, you silly Xenomancer. It's like, bro, what?
Yeah, and now I've revealed in this session that the reason why the Tribunal lost Aeronel completely was because Kairi was covering up her trail.
Yeah.
So Kairi was there. She was actually looking out for her cousin.
Yeah, that's interesting.
In fact, she had been there all along, actually covering up for Aeronel a lot of times.
Let's see. That's interesting.
Maybe
Is
still
Carii?
is.
Is Carii?
Kairi
Kairi?
was Sarah's sister and Aeronel's cousin.
You mentioned that, or it was mentioned that all of this happened because of her. What is she, like a traitor or no?
She's definitely not a traitor, you know that. But she wrote up all these invitations and sent them to you postmarked 4 years ago, and apparently meant for them to get to you now. So she set all of this up 4 years ago. Why? That's the question. Why?
The
This
fact
was
that she
before
sent,
she died, right?
Yeah, it was before she died.
So like, she didn't know she was gonna die, so, or she knew she was gonna die, and then she sent them before she died.
we don't know. Right now we're just throwing darts
Yeah.
at a board.
Yeah.
Hoping one of them will stick.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is
I
how
will
I
say-
tie together storylines from the last 12 freaking years.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I respect that. I love that. I adore that. I will say,
Thank you, Tribunal.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, listen, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way towards the Tribunal. I'm sure they were like nice players. They probably were pretty good detectives or whatever they were. All I have to say is like, Tribunal, please, fellas, please,
It's on site.
Yeah, it's on site.
It's nothing.
Investigate.
It's nothing personal, but it's on site.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, you're telling me you guys are the reason why we're here picking up your slack? Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
You heard it here. You heard it here. Shadow is calling you out. Cybercat. He's calling you out, Cybercat.
Wait, he was part of the tribute?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, I feel kind of bad now, but it's still on site.
Yeah, it is. It is. It totally is. I mean, the Tribunal, Cybercat and his friends, they left me so many plot holes that I'm now trying to fill. It's not even funny.
Like, how come? Like, did they like solve cases or do things in a way that you did not?
They were just adventurers. The Tribunal were adventurers, and there were a lot of things they missed.
Oh, okay. Is that why you were like, you guys are detectives?
I will say that there was something that they were obsessed with that is going to come up soon.
Oh,
Watch it be like something like completely like nothing special at all, like a statue. You're like, oh hey, this is a cool detail. I'm gonna put it in, and it's just like, oh why did Seth put it in like that? It has to be something cool, and then it just turns out I was like, I just put that in because it was a cool detail.
It is exactly one of those situations.
gonna be right.
There was basically essentially a red herring that they completely got obsessed with, and it sidetracked them a dozen times.
Oh, is it that one door? You mentioned
That's what I
something
was
about a
wondering.
door.
Like you mentioned a door before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming up soon. It's
Oh,
coming up soon.
Awesome.
And I'm finally going to fill in the gap on that story. Since apparently the tribunal were insisted that had to be a part of something.
Oh my
I
god.
think that's so funny.
Oh my god.
Sometimes the story just writes itself.
Yeah, no, I just think that's so funny. How it's just like, oh yeah, no, this door, this is like, oh yeah, this is a cool detail. Like, there's something special. It's just for a world build. It's just for a world building because, like, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
you want to
exactly
add
what
in a
it
couple of
was.
things in. And then it's just like, oh, there has to be something cool in here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I'm like, do you guys know how to do anything else?
Like now
I just
there
like
is something. Now there is something interesting about it
But because the one time that the one time I gave them free time to just go do whatever the hell they wanted, they all insisted on going and investigating that door.
oh, oh man.
It's like,
Man,
you're just like,
that's
all right,
funny.
Seth, can I roll this check?
It's funny.
All right, Seth, can I roll this check? It's just a door. Can I roll this check? It's a special. It's a door. Can I roll this check? It's just a door.
That's
Can I roll this check?
exactly.
It's locked. What
That's
is it
exactly
locked
what
with?
my response was back then. It was like, come on, guys, could you just let it go, please? Let it go.
They could not, in fact, let it go.
Yeah, they could not let it go, and they never did.
Several
The
years
The whole
later,
reason, the only reason
Yep.
they finally did let it go is I moved the party to the Quartico Islands, and part of the reason I moved them to the Quartico Islands was so that they would let it go.
oh.
And be like, okay, you're not here in Albany anymore. You can shut up about this door.
And then it turns out they're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And then this is like, there's another door. It's like, wait a
Man.
minute. Seth, this door connects with this door, right?
Oh my god.
Well, I need to pass out, so y'all have
Yeah.
a good night.
Have a
Right.
nice night.
And I'm sure
Have a nice night,
Maritime
bye.
does too. It's very late.
Have a nice night. Oh, goodness. I've
Bye.
been yapping.
Good night.
Yeah, you guys
It's
have a
almost
nice night.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost,
Yeah.
midnight for me.
Good night.
Thanks for running, Seth. I had a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, Ducky. And good night to everyone, and thank you for watching.